Hi everybody, welcome to GTCoding. This is the full video of creating a responsive homepage from scratch, right from designing it in Figma to writing the HTML, CSS and JavaScript and deploying the website online. I have combined all the videos in the playlist as a single long video. I hope that you will find this useful. In this video, we are basically creating this homepage from scratch. We will start by designing it in Figma, which is an awesome tool for UI and UX design. Once we are happy with the design, we will convert the Figma design to a real website using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Every line of code will be written on screen, so you can follow along with me and get the exact same result. I will also provide the link of the source code and also the Figma file in the description of this video. Alright, so let's get started. Now this is how the desktop version looks. We can see that we have this hero section over here at the top, and then we have this testimonial section over here, and then we have the courses section, and then we have this app section, and then lastly we have this footer over here. Now we're going to use Figma features like components, auto layouts and so on, and this will make our task easier and quicker. And then we have this tablet version over here, and this is how it looks. We have a different layout for some of the elements. Here we can see for the testimonials we have this different layout, and even for the courses we have one course below the other, and even for the footer we have two column layout. And then lastly we have this mobile version over here, and this is how it looks. Now for the mobile version, we don't have the menu items displayed over here at the top, but we have this menu icon over here, and if I click on that, we can see we have this mobile navigation menu displayed over here, and if I click on this close button, it goes back. So this is basically what we're going to design in this tutorial series. Now components are basically things that you can reuse in Figma. So here we can see we have this button, and we can reuse the button over here just by changing the color. And if you scroll down, we can see that we have buttons over here and over here as well. So this is basically a reusable element, so we can create it as a component in Figma. And the next component that we're going to create is for this heading. So here we can see we have this heading, and even here we have the heading. So we're going to create this heading as a component as well. Now in Figma we also have a feature called variants. So you can create different variants of the same element. So we will have a variant for dark heading, and then we will have a variant for light heading, and then we'll also create variants for different screen sizes. So we will have different headings for tablets and smartphones. So for each of that we can create different variants of the same component. And then we'll also create a component for this testimonial card and also for this game card over here. Alright, so let's get started. Now if you haven't already downloaded and installed Figma, you can go over here to this website called figma.com/downloads, and you can find the download link over here. You can download for Mac or Windows, or you can even use it on a browser. And once you download Figma, you can go ahead and sign up, and it's free to create an account. And then you can go ahead and log into your Figma account in the app. Alright, here I have opened up the Figma application, and I just created a new Figma file. So I'll just rename this to responsive homepage. Now the first thing we will do is we will select the colors. So I'll just create a frame for that. I'll just click on this button and click over here. I'll just select the frame as desktop. And first of all, let's reset the X and the Y values. So I'll just type 0. Right now let's create a square. So I'll just click on this button and click over here. And I'll just set the width and the height to 200 pixels. And let's also add a corner radius of 20. We'll also add a drop shadow over here. So let's scroll down and let's click on plus over here in the effects. And I'll just click on this button and let's click on the effect settings. And let's change some values over here. I'll just set this to, let's say, 7 pixels. And we'll set the blur to, let's say, 16 pixels. Right now let's set the colors. So for the first color, I'm going to set a hex value of DA722C. So this is going to be one of the colors in our website. Here we can see this is the color for this button over here. And now let's duplicate this, so I'll just press Alt and drag it over here. Right now for the second color, I'll just type 057ADA. Right now let's duplicate this and bring it over here. And for the third color, I'll just type E8F7FB. We will have 3 more colors for our website, so I'll just select all of this and drag it down here by pressing Alt, and we'll just duplicate it over here. And then for the next color, I'll just add a hex value of 023047. And then for the next color, we will have a hex value of 070917. And then for the last color, we will have a hex value of 6F7DFB. Alright, these are all the colors that we need for our website. So I'll just reduce the height and the width of this frame, and I'll just rename this frame to colors. Alright, now let's start creating the components. Now in this video, we'll create the button component and the heading component. So let's create a new frame. So I'll just click on frame, and I'll just create a frame over here, and let's just increase the height and the width, and let's just rename this to components. And let's add a text over here. So I'll just type components, and we'll just set the font size to 48 pixels, and I'll just set it to bold. Alright, first of all, let's create a button. So I'll just click on this text button over here, and I'll just click over here. And for the text of the button, I'll just type button text, and I'll just change some of these values over here. So I'll just set the font size to 18 pixels, and we'll just change the font to Poppins. Alright, now the next thing you have to do is you have to convert it to an auto layout. So you can just right click over here and click on add auto layout, or you can just press Shift A, and now we can see we have this auto layout. And now here we can see we have the option of adding spacing between the elements and also padding. Now the first thing we will do is we will change the background color. So let's just select this, and here in the fill, let's click on plus, and we're going to use this dark color that we have over here. So let's just select this color picker, and I'll just select this dark color from here, and we'll change the color of the text. So let's double click over here, and for this color, I'll just change this to white. Alright, now here we have the option of applying padding. So let's click on this button, and for top and bottom, I will set a padding of 16 pixels, and for left and right, I will set a padding of 32. And let's also add rounded corners. So here for the corner radius, I'll just set it to 24 pixels. And this is our button. Now if you change the text of this button, it will adjust the width according to the text. So here if I just type a small text, we can see that the width is adjusted. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will make it a component so that we can reuse it in our website. So I'll just click on this button, and you can click on this button called create component, or you can also press Ctrl Alt K. And now we can see this is a component. So I'll just change the name to button. Now this button is a reusable component. So if you go over here to assets, we can see inside components we have this button, and we can just drag and drop it anywhere in our website. And now if I make some changes to this component, it will be reflected over here in this instance. So here I'll just change the background color, and now we can see both these elements have changed the background color. So that's how components work. So if you have any reusable element in your design, you can create a component of that. Alright, let's go back to the original color. Now the next thing we will do is we'll create variants of this component. So let's click on this component, and here on the right we can see we have an option called variants, and let's click on plus, and here we have the first variant. Now we will have different variants. We will have a variant for a button with icons. So for the second variant, I'll just add an icon. So I'll just right click over here, and I have installed a plugin called Hero Icons. So here we can see the plugin Hero Icons. If you don't have this installed, you can go over here to browse plugins in community, and then just search for Hero Icons over here, and just select plugins, and then just click on install. So if I just type Hero Icons, and if I go over here to plugins, here we can see the plugin, and I have installed it. So you can go ahead and install it. And once you install the plugin, you can just right click and go to plugins and click on Hero Icons, and let's select an icon from here. Let's select this icon right here. So I'll just click and drag it over here. Now let's drag this and bring it inside this button. So if I drag it over here, we can see that we have this indicator that it can be added to the left or to the right. So I'll just add it to the left. and I'll just increase the width of this component a little bit. Right now we can see here we have this button. Now let's set the height of this icon to 16 pixels. So I'll just go over here and just click on this button called constraint proportions, and let's set it to 16 pixels. I think the font size is 18 pixels, so let's set it to 18. Now let's set the color to white. So if you scroll down, here we can see selection colors. I'll just select this and set it to white. And now we can see that the button and the text are not in the center. So let's select this variant and let's go over here to this button, alignment and padding, and let's set it to the center. And now we can see everything is in the center. And now the next thing we will do is we will select this component and we will go over here to variants, and here on the right we can see under variants we have this property 1. So I'll just change this property 1 to icon, and now this is a property of this variant. Now we can set different values to this property inside different variants. Now here for the default value I'll just type false. Now let's select the first variant, and for this icon value I'll just type false, and for the second variant we will add the icon value to true. Now if you go over here to assets and if you just bring this component over here, here on the right side we have this option called icon, and if I click on this we can see that we have this icon, and if I click on it again the icon goes away. So now we have two variants for this button. Right now let's create some more variants. So I'll just select both of these variants from here and let's duplicate it 3 more times. So I'll just press Ctrl D, and for the next two buttons we will change the background color. So I'll just select this variant and let's scroll down and let's change this fill. So I'll just select this color right here. So I'll just open the color picker and select this color right here, and even for this variant I'll just select the light color, and we will do the same for these two variants as well. So I'll just select these two and select this color and change it to this color right here. Now these 4 variants are for mobile version and these 4 are for the desktop. Now let's add 2 more properties. So let's select this component and let's click on this option button and click on add new property, and we'll just name it dark. So we will have a switch for dark and light buttons. And let's create one more property. So let's click on this add new property button and we will add a property called platform. So here we will have desktop and mobile, and here for the platform I'll just type desktop as a default platform. Right now let's go into each of these variants and change the properties. So let's go over here to the first variant, and here for icon we have false, for dark we have true, and for platform we have desktop. Now let's select the second variant, and for this we have icon as true, and for dark it is set to true, and for platform it is set to desktop, so it's alright. Let's go to the next variant, and here we have icon and we'll set it to false, and for dark we have to set it to false because this is a light button, and for platform we have desktop, and then for the next button we have the icon and we'll just set it to true, and it's a light button, so I'll just change this dark to false, and it's a button for desktop, so I'll just keep it as desktop. And then we have these buttons for the mobile version. So let's change some of these values over here. So let's change the text size to 16 pixels, and we'll just change the padding to 12 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And I'll just do the same thing for all these buttons, and also change the size of this icon to 16. Right now let's select these 4 variants and let's set the platform to mobile. So I'll just tap mobile over here, and now let's select these 2 variants and let's change the dark to false, and now let's select these 2 variants and let's set the icon to true. Right now let's check whether we have everything set up alright. So let's select this first variant and we have icon to false, dark to true, and platform as desktop, and then we have the next variant, we have icon set to true, dark to true, and platform desktop. And then for the next one we have icon set to false, we have dark set to false because it's a light button, and then we have the platform set to desktop, and then for this one we have icon set to true, dark set to false, and platform to desktop. Let's select this one, and we have the icon set to icon 6. We have to set it to false, and the dark is set to true and platform mobile. And for this one we have icon set to true, dark to false, and platform set to mobile. And then for this one we have icon set to icon 8. We have to set it to false, and dark is set to false and platform mobile, and icon set to true, dark, false, and platform mobile. Right now let's test it out. So here we can see we have dragged this component from here, and let's select this, and here we have these options of icon. So if I select icon, we have an icon over here, and here we have the option of setting the dark mode. So right now it's a dark button, and if I click on this, it's a light button, and if I click on this icon, we have icon in a light button. And then here we have the drop down for platform. So if I select mobile, we have a different version, and we can also select dark and icon for mobile as well. So everything is working alright. So that's basically it with our button component. Now in the same way, let's also create a component for the headings. So I'll just delete this button from here, and let's create a text, and here I'll just type heading 2, because this is going to be an H2 in HTML. Alright, now let's change some properties over here. Now for the heading we will change the font to railway, and we'll set the font style to black, and we'll set the font size to 60 pixels. Now this is for the desktop version, and let's set the color of the text to this dark color over here. Now here in this heading, if you add some text, we can see that the width of the heading changes. Now we don't want that to happen. We want to have a set width. So what we will do is we will select this option called auto height, and now if you add some more text over here, we can see that it goes to the next line. Right now let's set the line height to 120%, and let's press enter. Right now the next thing we will do is we will make it an auto layout. So I'll just delete all this text from here, and for making it an auto layout, you can just right click over here and click on add auto layout. And now the next thing we will do is we'll just remove this padding from here. So I'll just drag over here and set it to 0, and let's change the name to heading. Right now let's make this a component. So let's click on this button called create component. Right now let's go to the text layer, and here under resizing, let's set the width to fill container. And now if you add some text over here, it goes to the next line. Right now let's add some variants just like we did with this button. So let's go over here to variants and click on this plus icon, and here we can see we have this new variant over here. Now we need to have 2 variants each for each of the platforms. We need to have a variant for the dark heading, and we need to have a variant for the light heading, and in the same way we need to have 2 variants for the mobile version and also 2 variants for the tablet version. So we need to have 6 variants in total. So I'll just click on this plus icon, and let's click on this plus icon a couple more times. Right now let's click on this component and let's add some properties. So we already have a property called property 1 over here. So I'll just change this to dark, and then we need to have one more property called platform. So let's click on this option button and click on add new property, and I'll just name this platform, and by default we will have the platform set to desktop. And here for the dark, I'll just set the default value to true. Right now let's select this first variant, and here we will set the dark to true and the platform to desktop, so it looks alright. Now for the next variant, we will change the color of the text to white. So let's scroll down and let's change the color to white. Now we cannot see the variant, so I'll just change the color of this frame. So let's change this to something different. Let's change it to this color right here. Right now for the second variant, we have to set the dark property to false, because this is a light heading, and the platform will be desktop. Right now let's move on to the next heading, and for this we will set the dark value to true, and this will be for tablet. So I'll just change platform to tablet, and we'll also change the font size of this heading. So let's double click over here, and I'll just change the font size to 40 pixels, and I'll do the same for this variant over here as well. And for this variant we have dark set to true and platform set to tablet. Now let's select this one right here and we'll change the color to white. And let's set the dark property to false. And we'll set the platform property to tablet. Now let's move on to the next variant, and for this we will set a font size of 30 pixels. And even for the last variant we will set a font size of 30 pixels because this is for the mobile version. And let's set the dark to true, and for the platform I'll just set it to mobile, and for the next variant I'll just set the dark to false and the platform to mobile. And we also need to change the color to white color. Alright, that's it with our heading component. Now let's add this to our frame and let's see whether it works alright. So let's go to the assets and let's drag this heading out here. And here we can see we have this switch for dark and light heading. So we can change that over here. And we also have the platform over here, so we can select tablet. And we have this smaller heading. And we can select mobile. And we have the smaller heading. And we also have dark and light heading for all of that. So that's it with the heading component of our design. And that's basically it for this video. Now in the next couple of videos we will design the rest of the components, and then we will start with the design of our website. So these are the two components that we designed. We have a component for buttons and also for headings. So in this video we'll create this component over here for testimonials card. So let's get started. Now there are three parts in this card. We have this part over here for the content of the testimonial, and then we have the name and the company name over here, and then we also have this image over here. So we have to join all of these elements together and we have to create a component out of that. And we also have to make sure that it is responsive. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's start by creating a text layer. So let's click on text and let's type something over here. So I'll just type amazing work, well done. Right now let's change some properties over here. So first of all, let's change the font size to 18 pixels. And we will keep the font as railway. And we will change the line height to 150%. And we'll also change the color of the text to white. So let's click on this and select the white color. Now let's make this an auto layout. So I'll just right click over here and click on add auto layout. Now let's go inside the text layer, and here we will set this width to fill container. So now when we change the width of this frame, we can see that the text goes down to the next line. Alright, now let's rename this to testimonial content. Alright, now let's create a new text layer, and this will be for the name. So I'll just type Jane Cooper. And we'll set the font size to 24 pixels. And I think the font size of this text hasn't changed. So let's double click over here and we can see it is still 12 pixels. So let's change it to 18 pixels. Right now let's change the color of this text to a dark color that we have over here. So I'll just click on this color and select this dark color from here. Alright, now let's duplicate this. I'll just press Alt and drag it down. And here we will add the company name and the designation. So I'll just type developer Sony, and I'll just change the font size to 18 pixels, and we'll change the font style to regular. Alright, now let's select both of this and let's make this an auto layout. So I'll just right click over here and click on add auto layout. Alright, now let's add a circle for this image. So I'll just click on this arrow and click on ellipse. And I'll just create a circle of 120 pixels width and height. And here I'll just add an image. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins, and let's select this plugin over here called Pexels. So I have already installed this plugin. So let's go over here to Pexels and let's search for person, and let's select this image from here. Alright, now let's make this an auto layout as well. So I'll just right click and click on add auto layout. Right now let's select this and let's add some padding. So let's click on this button right here, and we will add a top and bottom padding of 24 pixels, and for left and right we will have a padding of 32 pixels. And now let's add a background color. So let's click on plus over here in fill, and let's click on this color, and let's select a color from here. So I'll just select this color right here. So I'll just click on this color over here, and we'll also add a border radius. So let's go over here to the top, and we'll add a border radius of 24 pixels, and we'll also change the names over here. So I'll just change this to testimonial name, and I'll just change this to testimonial image. Alright, now let's select both of this and let's create an auto layout. So I'll just right click over here and click on add auto layout, and let's go over here to alignment and padding, and let's change this to center, and let's add a padding of 32 pixels for left and right. Alright, now let's select all of this and let's create an auto layout. So I'll just right click over here and click on add auto layout. Alright, now let's change the width of this to the full width over here, and we'll just name this testimonial. Alright, now let's select this frame over here, and I'll just name this name and image, and let's also remove the spacing from here. So let's click on testimonial, and I'll just remove this spacing between items. Alright, now if we increase the size of this testimonial, we want the image to move over here to the right. So for that we have to set full width for this name and company. So I'll just double click over here and select this frame over here, and let's change the resizing to fill container. And now if we increase the width of this testimonial, we can see that the image moves to the right. Now we have to do the same for this frame over here as well. So let's double click over here and let's change this to fill container, and now we can see everything works alright. Now let's change the background color. So I'll just click on plus over here, and I'll also change the border radius to 24 pixels. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to move this image up a little bit. So let's double click over here, and I'll just change the padding to 0. And now let's click on this alignment and padding, and let's click on packed, and let's select space between. And now we can go ahead and add some padding over here. So we can see that the image has this offset over here. So what I will do is I'll just select auto layout to vertical direction, and now let's change this bottom value over here, and now we can see that the image moves up. So I'll just set this value to 24 pixels, and I think that looks alright. And let's also add a box shadow. So I'll just select testimonial, and let's click on plus over here in effects, and let's click on effect settings, and I'll just change the Y value to, let's say, 9, and let's change the blur to, let's say, 36 pixels, and I'll just change this percentage to 20%. I think that looks alright. Now let's add some more text over here, and let's see what happens. And now we can see when we add text, it moves down and everything looks alright. And we also need to change the line height. So let's double click over here on the text layer, and I'll just change the line height over here. So I think 150% looks alright. Alright, now let's delete all of this. Alright, now let's make this a component. So let's click on this and let's click on create component. And now let's create a variant for the mobile version. So let's click on plus for variants. And I'll just select this testimonial, and we'll just change this property name to platform. And by default we will have the platform set to desktop. And for this one we will set it to desktop. And for the next one we will set it to mobile. And for the mobile version, I'll just change the font size of this name to 18 pixels, and I'll just change the font size of this text over here to 14 pixels, and we'll also change the size of this image. So let's select this ellipse, and I'll just set it to 100 pixels, and let's select this frame, and let's make some changes over here. So I'll just change this value to let's say 42 pixels, and I'll just reduce the height of this image frame, and I think that looks alright. Alright, now let's go to assets and let's add this testimonial component over here. So let's drag this over here, and we can see this is the component, so it is responsive. And let's go over here to platforms and let's select mobile version, and this is how the mobile version looks. So everything works alright. So that's it with the testimonials component. Alright, now in this video we'll create the component for this course card over here. So we need to have this image, we need to have this text, and also this duration over here. So we'll create a component for this course card so that we can reuse it. So let's get started. Alright, let me just delete this instance of this component over here, and let's start creating the component for the course card. So the first thing I will do is I'll just create a rectangle, and we will add an image inside this. So I'll just increase the width and the height over here. Let's set the width to 430 pixels, and we will set the height to 260 pixels. And now let's also add a border radius, so I'll just change this value to 24. Alright, now let's add an image inside this rectangle. So I already have a plugin installed in Figma called Pixels. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins and click on Pixels. Now if you don't have this plugin installed, you can go over here to browse plugins in community and just install it from there. Right, let's go over here to Pixels and let's search for game, and let's search for an image over here. I think we'll just add this image right here. Right, now we can see we have this image inside our rectangle. Now let's also add a little bit of drop shadow. So let's click on this rectangle and let's go over here to effects and click on plus. And here in the effect settings, let's change some settings over here. So I think we will set the Y value to, I think 4 looks alright, and we'll just increase the blur a little bit, and I think that looks alright, and let's keep it at that. Alright, now let's add the title of this course. So let's click on this text button, and I'll just add a title. I'll just type Game Design Essentials. So I'll just type Game Design Essentials, and let's change the font style to black, and I'll just change the color to the dark color that we have in our website. So I'll just select this color right here. Let's also set the line height to 150%. So I'll just change this to 150%. And now if we type another line of text, we can see that we have this line height. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we'll create this duration over here. So I'll just duplicate this by pressing Alt and dragging it down. And here I'll just type 8 hours. And I'll just change the font size to 16 pixels. And let's also add the icon of clock over here. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins, and I'll just select hero icons, and let's search for clock. And here we can see the clock icon, so I'll just drag it down here. And let's also change the color to this dark color over here. Now we can see this clock is outside this frame, so let's bring it inside. Right, I think this looks alright. So I'll just select both of this, and let's right click over here and click on Add Auto Layout. And let's go over here to Alignment and Padding, and let's set it to center. Right, now let's bring this title over here to the left. And now let's make both of these an auto layout. So I'll just select both of these, and let's right click over here and click on Add Auto Layout. And let's go over here and click on center. Now the next thing we will do is we will set a fixed width for this frame. So I'll just select this, and I'll just change this to title and duration. Or now if we type some value over here, we can see that the width increases. We don't want that to happen. So let's select this text layer, and let's go over here to resizing, and I'll just change this to fill container. Now it will fill according to the container size. So if I just add some text over here, we can see that it goes to the next line. Alright, now let's set the space between these two items to 16. So right now we have a space of 22. So let's select this title and duration frame, and I'll just change this to 16 pixels. Alright, now we can see we have a space of 16 pixels, and even if we increase the width of this frame, we will still have a space of 16 pixels over here. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we'll create a rectangle for this border bottom over here. So for that, let's go ahead and let's add a rectangle. So I'll just click on rectangle and I'll just create a rectangle, and we'll just set the height to 8 pixels, and let's increase the width over here, and we will set the color of this rectangle to the dark color, and we'll also add a border radius over here. So I'll just type 24. Right, now let's select all of this and let's create an auto layout. So I'll just make some adjustments over here. So here between these two elements we will have a space of, I think 24 pixels looks alright, and I'll just increase the width of the image over here. Right, now let's select all of this and let's right click over here and click on add auto layout. Alright, we will also increase the width of this rectangle over here. Alright, now let's change the background color of this frame to white. Before that, let's change this name to course, and let's go over here to fill and we'll click on plus, and let's also add a border radius of 24 pixels, and let's also add some padding to the left and the right. So let's click on this alignment and padding, and for left and right we'll set a padding of 32. Alright, that's pretty much it with the course card. Alright, now let's increase the width and let's see what happens. And we can see that the width of these elements are the same. Now we want the width of the image and also this rectangle over here to change width based on the frame. So let's undo this and let's click on this image, and here instead of fixed width let's set it to fill container, and let's also select this rectangle, and here also we'll set it to fill container. And we'll also select this frame over here for title and duration, and here also we'll set the width to fill container. Right, now let's see what happens, and we can see everything works alright. So there's no problems in our course card. And if we add some more text over here, let's see what happens. So everything works alright. So that's it with the course card. Now let's make it a component so that we can reuse it, and we also want to have a variant for the mobile version. So let's click on this button called create component. Right, now let's go over here to variants and let's click on new variant, and this variant is for the mobile version. So for the mobile version we will set a height of 240 pixels, and for the title we will change the font size to 24 pixels. Alright, that's it for the mobile version. Now let's rename the property. So let's click on this component, and here instead of property 1 I'll just type platform, and here for the first variant I'll just change the platform to desktop, and for the second variant I'll just change this to mobile. Alright, now let's test it out. So let's go over here to assets, and let's drag this course card over here, and we can see everything works alright. And if we increase or decrease the width, there's no problem. And let's select the mobile version, and it also works alright, there's no problem. So that's it with the course component, and with that we have created all the components that we need for our website. Now from the next video we will start designing the home page. And in the previous video we completed creating all the components for our design. So here we can see we have components for button, heading, and also components for this testimonial card and also this course card. And I also have this image over here which we're going to use in our design, and I will leave the link of this Figma file in the description of this video. Alright, so let's get started. Now we will start with the desktop version of our design. So if we go back to our completed design, here we can see this is the desktop version, and in this video we will design this hero section over here. So let's go ahead and create a frame. So here in the Figma file, let's click on this frame button and let's click over here, and we'll set the width to 1366 and the height to 768. Alright, this is gonna be the desktop version, so I'll just rename this to desktop. Alright, now the first thing we will do is we will create this background color over here. So we have a linear gradient background color over here. So let's go back and let's create a rectangle, and we'll create a rectangle with the same size. So I'll just span this for the entire frame. Right now let's set the color of this rectangle. So let's click on this color and I'll just change solid to linear. And for the first color, I'll just set the color hex value to 6F7DFB. And then for the next color, I'll just type the hex value to 26308C. And we'll set the percentage to 100. Alright, this is gonna be our background color. Now the next thing we will do is we will lock this layer. So even if we drag this by mistake, it should not be moved. So let's lock this layer. And now we can see that the layer cannot be selected. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we'll create a layout grid. So let's click on this frame. And here we can see we have this option called layout grid. So let's click on this plus icon. And let's click on this layout grid settings. And I'll just change this to columns. And I'll set 12 columns. So we will work in a 12 column layout. Right now let's create this logo over here. So let's click on text layer and click over here. And let's type GD. And let's set the font family to railway. And we'll set the font size to 40 pixels. And we will set the font style to black. And the color is already set to white. Right now the next thing we will do is we will create these menu items over here. So I'll just duplicate this. So I just press Alt and drag this over here. And for the menu items we need to have about, services and our work. So I'll just double click over here and let's type about. And let's change the font size to 16 pixels. And we'll change the font to Poppins. And we'll change the style to bold. Right now let's create services and our work. So I'll just duplicate this. And we will have a gap of 60 pixels in between this. So if you press Alt and hover over this, we can see we have 60 pixels of gap. And let's type services. And let's duplicate this and bring it over here. And here we'll just type our work. And then we need to add a button called enroll now. So we have already created a component for the buttons. So here we can see we have this component. So let's add the component over here. So just go over here to assets, and from the components I just drag this button component over here. And we will have a space of 60 pixels. And we'll change the text to enroll now. Alright, now let's align everything to the grid. So here we can see we have this grid line. So I'll just move it to the right. And we'll also select all of this. And I'll just click on this button called Align Vertical Centers. And now we can see everything is centered. And let's group all of this. So I'll just right click over here and click on Group Selection. Or you can just press Ctrl G. And I'll just name this Menu Items. And I'll just name this Logo. And now let's move this to the right. So I'll just align this with the right grid line over here. And now let's select both of this and let's align everything to the center. And now let's make this a group. So I'll just press Ctrl G and I'll just change the name to menu bar. And let's select this and we will have a spacing of 42 pixels from the top. So if I press Alt, we can see that we have 63 pixels at the top. So let's move this up. And now we can see we have 42 pixels at the top. Right now let's create the main title. So let's click on this text layer and click over here. And we need to type Learn the Art of Game Dev. And let's go over here to the right and let's change some of these values over here. I'll just change the font size to 50 pixels. And let's change the font to Railway. And we will set the font style to black. And we'll decrease the width over here. And we will set the line height to 125%. Right now let's create this subheading. So let's drag this down here. And I'll change the font size to 16 pixels. And we'll change the font to Poppins. and I'll just change the style to regular, and let's set the line height to 200%. Right now let's add some text over here. Alright, so I have added this text over here. Now after that we have this button. So for that we already have a component, so I'll just go over here to assets, and from the components I'll just drag this button over here, and we need to have a light button, so let's select light, and we also need to add an icon, so let's click on icon, and I'll just change the text to enroll now. And now let's align everything correctly, so let's align everything to the grid, and even this paragraph, and even this button, and I think that looks alright. So I'll just select all of this, and let's move this down a little bit, and now we can see we are in the center. Alright, now let's add the image to the right. So here we already have this image, so I'll just duplicate this and bring this over here, and we'll just align this over here to the right. Right now let's hide this layout grid, so I'll just select the frame and click on this eye icon. Alright, now the last thing we need to add is this achievement card over here. So let's create a text, and I'll just type 32K, and I'll just change the font to Poppins, and I'll just change the style to extra bold, or let's keep it at bold, and let's duplicate this down, and here we have students enrolled, so I'll just type students enrolled, and for this we will have a font size of 36 pixels, and we'll change the color. So let's select this color, and we will have this dark color over here, and for this text we will have a font size of 16 pixels, and we'll set it to Poppins and regular, and we'll also change the color of this text to the dark color. Alright, now let's create this rectangle. So let's click on this rectangle and create one over here. Let's go over here to layers, and we can drag this down, or you can just press Ctrl and press the square brackets, and we can move it down or up. Alright, let's bring it over here, and let's increase the width and the height, and I think that looks alright. And let's add a border radius of 24 pixels, and let's set the color to white, and we also need to give it a 3D look over here like this. So let's duplicate this rectangle, and let's bring it over here to the right, and let's change the color to this color right here, and I'll just bring it below this other rectangle, and I think we have a linear gradient over here. So let's select this color, and let's change this to linear, and I'll just select the first color and change this to 6F7DFB, and I'll change the last color to 3B448F, and let's change the alpha to 100. Alright, that's it with this card right here. Alright, now let's select this, and let's group it, and I'll just name this achievements, and we also need to add one more for this rating. So I'll just duplicate this and bring it over here, and let's change this to, we have 4.7, so I'll just type 4.7, and here we'll just type overall rating, and we also need to have this star over here. So for that we're going to use a plugin called Iconify. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins and click on Iconify, and let's search for star, and here we can see all these icons. I'll just select this one from here, and let's drag it over here, and I'll just ungroup this. So right click over here and click on ungroup, and now let's add this star inside this group. So I'll just move this a little bit to the left, and let's decrease the size of the star and add this over here. I think that looks alright. So let's bring it to the center, and let's decrease the width of this a little bit, and let's also decrease the width of this one right here. Alright, that looks alright. I think we can decrease the height a little bit, and I'll just select all of this and group this, and we'll also decrease the height of this one right here, Alright, that looks alright. Now in this video we will design this testimonial section, and then we will design this our courses section. So let's get started. Now the first thing we will do is we will group all of this, and let's select all of these elements, and let's press Ctrl G, or you can just right click over here and click on group selection, and let's rename this to hero section. Right, now let's increase the height of this frame. So let's select this frame and let's increase the height. Alright, now let's start with the testimonial section. So here we can see we have these two testimonial cards over here. So let's go back, and we have already created a component for the testimonial cards. So if you scroll up, here we can see we have this component already created. So let's add the component over here. So let's go over here to assets, and let's drag this component over here. And this is our first testimonial. Now we need to set the width of this testimonial card. So for that, let's enable the layout grid. So let's select this frame. And here we can see we have hidden the layout grid, so let's unhide it. And now let's position this testimonial card over here to the left. And let's decrease the width, and let's set it till here. Alright, this is the first testimonial. Now let's add the text over here. So I'll just add this text. So I just updated the text, and we already have the name over here. Now you can go ahead and add your own image over here. So you can just double click over here and just go to this image. And you can choose your image from here, but I'll just keep this image. And now let's duplicate this and bring it down. So I'll just press Alt and drag it down over here. Now this second testimonial should be positioned a little bit to the right. So here we can see in the original design it is positioned to the right. Now let's change the background color of this testimonial. So I'll just go over here and I'll just double click, and I'll just select this color, and I'll just choose this color right here. And we'll also change the name and the company name. So here we have Jacob Jones and designer Facebook. So let's add that over here. And we also need to change the image. So I'll just double click over here, and I'm going to use a plugin. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins, and then click on pixels. And here I'll just type person, and let's select this image right here. And let's also update this text. So here we have amazing work, well done. Alright, that's it with the two testimonial cards. Now let's add this background shape over here. So for that, let's create a rectangle. I'll just create a rectangle over here, and I'll just set the width to 28 pixels, and we'll also set the corner radius to 24, and I'll just increase the height over here. And let's change the background color. So I'll just select this color right here, and now we need to send this to the back of these testimonials. So for that, you can just drag it down here, or you can just press Ctrl and left square brackets to bring it down. And I'll just decrease the height a little bit. Let's see what is the space between these two elements. Let's set it to 50 pixels. I'll decrease the height a little bit. I'll just move it to the right a little bit. Alright, that's it with the left part of our testimonial section. So I'll just select all of this, and I'll just group it. And here I'll just type testimonials left. Alright, now let's create the right portion of this testimonial section. So here we have the heading, and we have some text over here, and then we have this button. So for the heading, we already have created a component. So let's go over here to assets, and let's drag this heading over here, and just make sure that the platform is set to desktop. And here I'll just change this text to what our students say. Alright, let's increase the width of this heading, and I think this looks alright. Now let's copy this text from here, because the styling of this text is the same as this text over here. So I'll just double click over here and copy this, and I'll just go over here to the bottom and paste it down here. And let's change the color of the text to the dark color. And let's also increase the width of this text layer. And now let's change the text. Alright, so I have changed the text. Now let's go ahead and add this button. So for the button, we already have a component. So I'll just drag this over here. And we need to have a light button. So let's change the dark to light. So I'll just click on this switch over here. And I'll just change the text to learn more. Right now let's position this correctly. So I'll just move this up a little bit, and I think this looks alright. And let's move this button up a little bit, and I think 30 pixels looks alright. Alright, now let's select all of this and let's group it, and I'll just rename this to Testimonials Right. Right, now let's select both of this and let's align them to the center. So I'll just click on this button called Align Vertical Centers. And now let's group all of this and we'll just name it Testimonials Section. Alright, now let's add a spacing of 100 pixels between the hero section and this testimonial section. So if you press Alt, we can see that we have a spacing of 98 pixels. So I'll just bring it down 2 steps. Right, now let's hide the layout grid and let's see how it looks. And it looks alright. Now let's go ahead and design this section over here called Our Courses. So the first thing we will do is we'll copy this background rectangle over here. So it is the same color as this hero section. So I'll just select this, and I think we have locked it. So let's unlock this, and I'll just double click over here and select this rectangle, and I'll just copy this, press Ctrl C, and I'll just scroll down and I'll just paste it over here. And now here we can see we have this rectangle. I'll just bring it inside the frame. Alright, now let's move this rectangle up and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels between these two sections. So you can just press Shift and press the up arrow to move it 10 pixels to the top. Alright, now we can see we have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. Now let's add a heading over here. So here we can see we have this heading, Our Courses. So I'll just go over here to Assets, and we already have created this component. So I'll just drag it over here, and we need to have a white heading. So I'll just go over here to Dark and click on this switch. And now we can see we have a white heading, and here we need to type Our Courses. So I'll just change this text, and I'll just increase the width of this heading, and we'll just bring it to the center. So I'll just click on Align Horizontal Centers, and we also need to center the text. So I'll just double click over here, and here inside text I'll just select Text Align Center, and now here we will have a spacing of 70 pixels from the top. So I'll just bring it down, and now let's go ahead and add these two course cards. So let's go over here to Assets, and let's drag this component over here, and we'll just position it to the left. And I think we can increase the width a little bit. So I'll just set the width to, I think, 526 looks alright. Now let's duplicate this and bring it to the right. And let's select both of this and let's move it up a little bit. I think this looks alright. Now the next thing we need to do is add this button. So I'll just go over here and drag this component. And we need to have a light button. So I'll just click on Dark. And let's change the text to All Courses. And that looks alright. And here from the button we will have a spacing of 70 pixels. Right now we have a spacing of 90 pixels. So I'll just decrease the height. You can just press Ctrl and press the up arrow. And now we can see we can decrease the height in this way. And let's bring it down a little bit more. Alright, now we have a spacing of 70 pixels. Now let's go ahead and change some of these details. So here we have Game Design Essentials, and we also need to change the image. So I'll just double click over here and right click and go to Plugins and select Pixels, and let's type Game, and I'll just select this image right here. Now for the next card we have a title of Unity Game Engine Fundamentals. So let's change that over here. And now we need to move this down a little bit. So I'll just select this button and move it down. And we also need to increase the height of this rectangle. Alright, now we can see that both these cards have different heights. So what we can do is we'll just add an empty line over here. So I'll just press Enter. And now we can see we have the same height for both these cards. So that's basically it with our courses section. So I'll just select all of this. And let's group this, and I'll just name this Courses Section, And this is how our website looks right now. We have the hero section, we have the testimonials section, and also the courses section. Now in this video, we will design the get our app section and also this footer. So let's get started. Alright, now the first thing we need to have is this heading over here. So let's go back to our Figma file. And we have already created a component for the heading. So let's go to assets. And here inside components, we have this heading. So I'll just drag this over here. And let's change the text to get our app. And let's increase the width of this heading. Now let's bring it to the center. So I'll just click on this button called align horizontal centers. And we also need to center align this text. So I'll just double click over here. And I'll just click on this button called text align center. Now we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. So I'll just bring this up a little bit. Now the next thing we need to have is this text over here. So if we scroll up, we can see that this is the same styling of this text. So I'll just double click over here and I'll just copy this. I'll just press Ctrl C and let's scroll down, and here I'll just paste the element and let's bring it to the center and let's increase the width. Right now let's change the text. So we need to type, you can use our app for better experience on your smartphones. Alright, so this is the text. I'll just center align this over here and also center align the text, and let's bring this up, and I think this looks alright. Now the next thing we need to do is get these icons and add this text. So I have already downloaded the icons, and here we can see we have these two icons over here. So I'll just select both of these and let's press Ctrl C and let's scroll down, and here we'll just paste the icons. So I'll just press Ctrl V. Alright, now we need to have this background for these icons. So let's create a rectangle, and let's bring this rectangle to the bottom of the icon. So I'll just press Ctrl and left square brackets, and let's increase the width of this rectangle. And in here we will add a text. So I'll just click on text, and here we need to type App Store. So I'll just type App Store. Now for this text we will have a font size of 24 pixels, and we'll change the color of this text to white. So I'll just select white color from here, and let's select the background rectangle and let's change the color to black, and I think that looks alright. Let's decrease the width a little bit. Alright, now let's select all of this and let's make it an auto layout. So I'll just right click over here and click on add auto layout. Now the next thing we will do is we will have a fixed width for this frame. So I'll just increase the width over here. And now let's go ahead and duplicate this. So I'll just press Alt and drag this over here. Now for the second one we need to have this icon. So I'll just drag this over here and I'll just delete this icon. And let's change the text to Google Play. Alright, that's it with the icons. Let's bring this a little closer to each other. And now let's select both of this and let's bring it to the center. And I think that looks alright. Right now let's select all of this and let's make it a group. So I'll just right click over here and click on group selection. And let's change the name to app section. Right now the last thing we need to do is create the footer. So here we can see we have this footer. So for that let's create a rectangle. So let's go back and let's click on this rectangle. And let's create a rectangle over here. Let's set the width to 100% of the frame, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. So I'll just bring this up a little bit. Right now the next thing we will do is we will change the background color of this footer. So let's scroll up, and here we can see we have this dark color over here. So let's select that color. So I'll just click on this color and let's select this color right here. Alright, now let's go ahead and add this heading. So let's click on text and let's type quick links, and let's set the font size to 18 pixels, and we'll set the color of the text to this color right here, and we will also set the font style to bold. Right now let's enable the layout grid. So for that let's select this frame. So I'll just press Ctrl and click over here, and I'll just click on this button to unhide the layout grid. Alright, now let's position this heading over here to the left. And for the top we will have a spacing of 70 pixels. So let's bring it up, and that's it with the heading. Now let's go ahead and add these links over here. So I'll just duplicate this and bring it to the right a little bit. And let's change the font style to regular. And let's set the font size to 16 pixels. And we'll set the color of the text to white. Now for the first link we have about us. So I'll just type about us over here. And I'll just set the text align to left. Alright, now let's duplicate this and bring it down. And then we have these links over here. So I'll just quickly add all of these links. And I think this looks alright. So let's select all of this text and let's group it. Here I'll just type footer links. Alright, now let's duplicate this and bring it to the right. So we have two more sections. So I'll just bring it over here. And I'll just duplicate this and bring it over here once more. And then for the next one we have course. So I'll just type course, and we also need to align this to the left. Right, let's type course, and in here we have login, download, and all courses. And we don't need to have this last link over here, so I'll just delete this. And then for the next one we have contact us. So I'll just double click over here and align this to the left, and let's type contact us. And here we need to have the email ID. So I'll just type contact@email.com. And then we need to have these icons of Facebook and Instagram. And then we need to have this email subscription box. So let's delete all of this. And I'll just copy this and bring it down here. And here we need to type the credits. So I'll just type it over here. And let's bring this to the left. Right, now let's add these two icons. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and select Iconify. And let's select Facebook. And we need to have this round icon. So I'll just drag this over here. And then we need to have the icon of Instagram. So here just type Instagram. And let's drag this icon over here. Right, now let's bring these two icons inside the footer. And let's change the color of these icons. So let's select both of this and let's change the color to white. And let's select and bring these icons to the top. And let's bring this over here. Let's set the same height to both these icons. So I'll just set the height to 24 pixels. Let's also select this. And let's set the height of this icon to 24 pixels as well. So let's select constraint proportions and let's type 24 over here. Right, now let's delete this and let's create this email subscription box. So for that, let's create a rectangle. So I'll just click on rectangle and create a rectangle over here. And let's increase the width. And let's change the fill color to white. And I'll just set the corner radius to 8. And let's add a text inside here. So let's click on text, and here we'll just type email address. And I'll just reduce the opacity of this text. So here I'll just type 50%. And now let's create this button. So for that, let's create one more rectangle. And let's decrease the height. And for this we will have a background color of this dark color. And let's bring this to the top. And let's set a corner radius of 8 pixels. Alright, now for the text we need to type subscribe. So I'll just duplicate this and bring this over here. And let's type subscribe. And let's bring this to the top. So I'll just drag this over here. And let's change the color of the text to white. And let's set the opacity back to 100. And I think we need to increase the width a little bit. Alright, now let's remove this layout grid and let's see how it looks. And I think we have a lot of space between these elements, so I'll just bring this over here to the left, and we will have a space of 132 pixels. And I'll also bring this to the left, and we need to have these elements in the group as well, so let's ungroup this. So I'll just click on ungroup, and let's select all of this, and let's group this, and let's bring this to the left. And now we can increase the width of this email subscription box. So let's select this rectangle, and let's increase the width a little bit, and let's select this button, and let's bring this to the right. And I think that's it with the footer. So let's decrease the BG rectangle, and we will have a space of 70 pixels. Right now let's select all of this, and let's group it. I think we have an extra element over here. I'll just delete this. Right now let's select all of this, and let's right click over here and click on group selection, and I'll just name this footer. So that's it with the footer of our website. Now let's decrease the height of this frame, so I'll just press Ctrl and click over here, and let's decrease the height. And here we can see the icons are moving up, so let's double click over here and select this icon. And for the constraints, we need to select top and left, and do the same for this as well. Right now let's decrease the height of this frame. So here we have our design for the desktop, and everything looks alright. We don't have any problems. So that's it for this video. We have completed the design of the desktop version. Now from the next video we will start designing the tablet version. Now let's start by creating a frame. So let's click on frame, and let's click over here, and let's select a template from here. So let's click on frame, and let's select iPad Pro 11, and let's rename this to tablet. Now the first thing we will do is I'll just duplicate all these elements and bring it outside. So let's go into the desktop version, and let's select the hero section, and let's press Alt and drag this over here. Now we can go ahead and position these elements over here inside the iPad frame. Now the first thing we will do is we'll just copy all of these menu items and bring it over here. So I'll just double click over here and copy and paste it over here. And before that, let's copy and paste this background gradient color. So let's double click over here, and let's copy this, and let's go over here and paste it over here. And I'll just adjust the size according to the frame of the iPad. So now here we can see we have these menu items. Now we'll also bring this logo over here. So let's double click over here, and I'll just copy and paste it over here. Right now the next thing we will do is we will change this button variant. So let's double click over here, and here we can see for this button we have set the platform to desktop, and let's change this to mobile. So this will be the button for the tablet version. Now the next thing we will do is we'll change the gap between these elements. So let's double click over here, and if you press Alt, we can see that we have a spacing of 60 pixels. So let's move this over here. We will set a space of 42 pixels. And we will do the same for all the other elements. So let's double click over here, and let's change the spacing to 42 pixels. And we will do the same for this about. Right now let's select all of this, and let's bring it to the center. So I'll just press Align Vertical Centers. Right now we will have a spacing of 60 pixels from the edges. So let's go over here to the right, and right now we have a spacing of 51 pixels. So let's move this 9 pixels to the left. And here for the logo, we will have a spacing of 60 pixels to the left. So let's do that over here. Right now let's select this logo and this menu items, and let's click on Align Vertical Centers. Right now let's select both of this, and let's group it, and I'll just name it menu bar. And from the top we will have a spacing of 60 pixels. So let's move this down. Right now let's go ahead and copy the other elements. So let's copy this image. So I'll just bring this over here, and let's select both of these cards. and let's duplicate them and bring it over here. And let's also select these three elements, the heading, this paragraph, and this button, and let's duplicate them and bring them over here. And we'll just change this button to mobile. Right now let's go ahead and bring it to the left, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels, and we'll do the same for the right, and I'll just add a line break over here. Right now let's do the same for this paragraph. Let's bring it to the left, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels, and even for the right we will have a spacing of 100 pixels. So let's increase the width. Right now let's go ahead and bring this button to the left, and I think that looks alright. Now let's go ahead and increase the size of this image. So I'll just press shift and increase the size, and let's bring this over here to the bottom right, and let's also position these over here to the bottom, and I think that looks alright. I think we can bring these elements to the bottom a little bit, and I think that looks alright. So now let's delete this. Now let's go ahead and increase the height of this frame. Now the next thing we will do is copy this testimonials section. So I'll just duplicate this and bring this over here. Right now for the testimonials section, we will have the heading and this paragraph over here at the top. So let's double click over here and let's bring this over here. And the first thing we will do is we will change the heading to tablet. And these options are available over here because we had created it as a component. Now let's go ahead and set a padding of 100 pixels. So we'll have a spacing of 100 pixels from the left and from the right. So right now we have a spacing of 137 pixels. So let's bring this over here to the left, and let's also do this for the right. Now we will also have a margin of 100 pixels from this hero section. So let's select this, and right now we have a spacing of 94 pixels. Let's bring this down a little bit, and now we have 100 pixels. Alright, now let's bring this paragraph over here to the top, and we will have the same spacing for this as well. And we'll also remove this line break from here. So here I'll just remove this line break, and I think we need to bring this up a little bit. I think that looks alright. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will change the button platform. So let's double click on this button, and we'll set the platform to mobile. And I'll just remove this button from this group. So I'll just right click over here and click on ungroup, and we will have this button at the bottom, and before that we will have both the testimonials. So let's go back over here, and let's bring these two testimonials over here. Alright, now let's bring this over here to the bottom, and let's increase the width of these testimonial cards. So I'll just double click over here, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the left and the right. So I'll just increase the width. Let's do the same for this testimonial. I'll just bring this up a little bit. We will have a spacing of 40 pixels, and let's increase the width. Let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and we'll position this button over here at the bottom right. And that's it with the testimonial section. So let's select all of this, and let's group this, and we'll just name this testimonial section. And we'll also group all of this, and we'll name this hero section. And now we can go ahead and delete this testimonial section from here. Alright, now the next thing we will do is copy this our courses section from here, and let's bring this over here. First of all, let's copy this background rectangle. So I'll just copy this, Ctrl C, and press Ctrl V over here. I'll just decrease the width, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. So I'll just bring this up over here, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels. Right now let's go ahead and copy this heading. So let's double click over here and copy this over here, and we'll change this heading to tablet. and let's bring it to the center. And now let's copy this course card. So just copy this. So I'll just double click over here and copy this, and I'll just increase the height of this rectangle. Let's copy the second course card and bring this over here, and let's also copy this button and bring this over here, and let's change this button to mobile. Now for these cards we will increase the width, so let's set the width matching with this testimonials card, and let's increase the width over here as well. And I think we have a line break over here, so let's delete that. Or now let's bring this card up, and we will have a spacing of, I think, 60 pixels looks alright. Or let's increase it to 80 pixels, and let's increase the width, and that looks alright. Now let's bring this button up over here to the bottom right. Now let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and I think that looks alright. So that's it with the courses section. So I'll just delete this, and I'll just select all of this, and let's group this, and we'll just name it courses section. Right now the next thing we will do is copy this get our app section. So I'll just copy all of this directly over here to the iPad frame, and let's change this heading to tablet, and let's bring this paragraph to the top, and let's bring this to the center. Let's decrease the width, and let's bring both of these to the top, and I think that looks alright. Let's select all of this, and it's already a group, so let's bring this up. We will have a spacing of 100 pixels. Right now the last thing we need to do is copy the footer. So let's duplicate this and bring this over here. And for the footer we will have a 2-column layout. So first of all, let's copy this background color. So I'll just double click over here and copy this rectangle and paste it over here, and let's drag this over here. Let's decrease the width, and let's increase the height. Right now let's select this first part and this second part, and let's drag them over here, and let's position this correctly. We will have a spacing of 100 pixels, and let's select this section right here, and let's duplicate this and bring this over here, and let's bring this up a little bit, and that looks alright. And then finally let's select this text from here, and let's bring this over here, and I'll just position it over here. And from the top we will have a spacing of 70 pixels. So I'll just move this rectangle to the bottom, and I think we can move this up a little bit. Right now let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and that looks alright. So let's select all of this, and let's group this, and we'll just name this footer, and let's bring this up, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels. And that looks alright. Now you can select and delete this. And that's it with the tablet version of our website. So now we can just decrease the height of this frame, and I'll just bring this over here to the left. So now we have the desktop version and also the tablet version. Now the mobile version will be quite similar to this tablet version. We're just going to make some changes to the padding of these elements, and we're going to change these components to the mobile version, and we'll also change this footer to a 1-column layout. So let's get started. Or let's start by creating a frame. So let's click on frame, and let's click over here, and let's select a template from here. So let's click on frame, and I'll just select the iPhone 11 Pro Max, and let's change the name to smartphone. Right now let's move this to the right side, and let's copy this hero section to outside this frame. So let's go into the tablet version, and let's select the hero section, and let's click Alt and drag this over here. Right now let's add these components to our smartphone version. So the first thing we will do is we'll copy this background rectangle. So I'll just double click over here And here we can see we have this rectangle, so I'll just press Alt and drag this over here, and I'll just adjust the size according to the frame. Alright, that's it with the background. Now let's copy this logo, so I'll just double click over here and let's duplicate this over here. Now for the mobile version, we won't be having these menu items displayed over here. We will have a menu icon, and when we click on the menu icon, we will display these menu items in a pop-up. So for that, let's add a menu icon over here. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins, and let's select hero icons, and let's search for menu, and I'll just select this one right here, and let's drag this and bring it inside our frame. And we'll also decrease the size of this logo. So let's click on this logo and we'll set the size to 36 pixels, and let's change the color of this menu icon to the dark color that we have in our website, and let's increase the size of this menu icon. So for that, I'm going to select this tool over here called scale, and now let's increase the scale, and I think this looks alright. So that's it with our menu icon. Now let's select this, and we will have a spacing of 32 pixels on the right side. So let's press Alt, and now we have a spacing of 57 pixels. So let's bring this to the right, and that looks alright. Let's also bring this logo to the left, and we will have 32 pixels of padding. Alright, now let's select both of this and let's align them to the center. So I'll just click on this button called Align Vertical Centers, and let's group this. So I'll just press Ctrl G, and we'll name this group Menu Bar, and we will have a spacing of 60 pixels from the top. So I'll just bring this up 1 pixel. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we'll copy these 3 elements. So I'll just select all of these, and let's press Alt and bring this over here, and we'll also decrease the width of these elements. So I'll just select this text over here, and we will have a spacing of 32 pixels from the left and the right, and we'll also decrease the size of this font. So let's select this, and right now we have a size of 50 pixels. Let's decrease this and let's set it to, I think, 36 pixels, and that looks alright. Right now let's decrease the size of this paragraph over here, and we will have a spacing of 32 pixels, and let's bring this to the top a little bit, and I think that looks alright. And now let's select this button, and we have already set the platform to mobile in the tablet version, and now we need to add this image over here as well. So let's double click over here, and let's press Alt and bring it over here, and we need to decrease the size of this image. So I'll just press Shift and drag this over here. I think this looks alright. Let's bring these elements to the top, and I think that looks alright. We can just decrease the size of this image a little bit. Now let's add these 2 elements over here. So let's double click, and let's also select this, and let's press Alt and bring this over here, and here we'll just change the size of these elements. So for the students enrolled, I'll just change the font size to 14 pixels, and for 32K I'll just set it to 30 pixels, and let's also decrease the size of this rectangle, and we'll do the same for this one as well. Now let's select this and let's copy this down over here, and I'll just change this to overall rating, and let's change this to 4.7, and let's bring this star. Let's copy this and bring this over here. Let's decrease the size a little bit, and let's select both of this and bring this to the left, and I think that looks alright. Now let's delete this element from here. We can decrease the width of these elements a little bit. Alright, that's it with these 2 elements, and I think we can move this image to the right a little bit, and let's move these elements over here to the bottom, and I think that looks alright. Alright, that's it with the hero section of our mobile version. So let's select all of these elements inside the smartphone, and let's group this. So I'll just press Ctrl G, and let's name this hero section. Alright, now we can delete this hero section from here, Right now let's go ahead and increase the height of this frame. So I'll just select this frame and let's increase the height. Right now let's copy and paste the second element. So let's copy this testimonial section. Now let's go ahead and select this heading, and we have to change the platform to mobile, and let's move this up a little bit. And we also have to change the platform of this testimonial component to mobile. So let's select this and let's select mobile, and I'll do the same for this one as well. Right now let's copy these to our smartphone frame. So let's decrease the width a little bit, and let's decrease the width of this as well, and also of these two components. And let's also bring this button to the left. Right now let's copy all of this and let's drag it inside this frame, and let's set a top padding of 100 pixels. So right now we have a gap of 96 pixels from the top, so I'll just move this down 4 pixels, and on the sides we need to have 32 pixels. So here we have 32 pixels. Let's go ahead and change the width of these elements. So now we have 32 pixels for this element. Let's do the same for this text layer, and let's bring these elements to the bottom a little bit, and let's decrease the width of these testimonial cards and even of this one right here, and let's bring this button to the left. And we can also decrease the height of this rectangle over here, and we'll just bring it to the left a little bit, and that looks alright. Alright, so now let's select all of this, and it is already a group, so let's keep it as it is. Now let's go ahead and copy the next section, which is this Our Courses section. So let's copy this over here, and let's change the heading to mobile, and let's change these elements, course cards, to mobile. We'll do the same for this element as well. I'll just select mobile from here in the platform, and let's decrease the size of these course cards. Let's decrease the size of this background. Right now let's select all of this, and let's bring it inside the smartphone frame. Alright, let's bring this to the left, and we'll also decrease the width of this background rectangle. Alright, now let's have a spacing of 60 pixels from the top for this heading, and we'll also have a spacing of 32 pixels from the left and the right. Right now let's select this course card, and let's bring it to the left, and we will have a spacing of 0 from the left and the right. So I'll just bring this over here, and we will do the same for this course card as well. So let's bring it to the left, and let's decrease the width. And we also had a button. Let's see where's the button. So it's over here. Let's bring it to the left, and let's position this over here. We will have a spacing of 32 pixels on the right. Right, that looks alright. Right now let's decrease the height of this rectangle. Right now let's select this group, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. So let's move this up. Alright, that's it with the course section. Now let's go ahead and copy this section right here for Get Our App. And for this we'll position these two elements one below the other. So let's position this over here, and let's bring this to the center, and let's select this heading, and let's change this to mobile. Let's decrease the width of this heading right here. Right now let's copy all of this and bring it over here, and we will have a spacing of 100 pixels from the top. Right now let's select this and bring it to the center. So let's click on Align Horizontal Centers, and also we will have a spacing of 32 pixels from the left and the right for this paragraph. Right now let's bring this paragraph up a little bit, and let's select both of this, and we'll bring this to the center. And I think we can decrease the height of these elements over here. So let's double click over here, and let's reduce the height a little bit. So we'll set the padding to 16 pixels from the top and bottom, or let's set it to 12 pixels. And we'll do the same for this one right here. Let's select this and let's type 12 for top and bottom, and let's bring this to the top a little bit, and that looks alright. And that's it with our app section. Now let's go ahead and copy this footer. So let's copy this over here. Now for the footer, we need to have all these elements one below the other, so we'll have a one column layout. So I'll just select this background, and let's increase the height a little bit, and let's position these one below the other. So I'll just select both of these and bring them to the bottom, and let's select the other one and let's bring it to the middle. And we'll also decrease the width of this input field. So let's double click over here and let's decrease the width of this input field. And what I will do is I'll just bring this button to the bottom. So let's bring this to the bottom a little bit, and let's select this button and let's bring this to the bottom over here. Right now let's decrease the width of this background, and let's copy all of this and let's bring it inside the smartphone frame, and let's decrease the width of this background, and we're going to have a spacing of 100 pixels from the top. Right now let's scroll down and let's bring this to the left, and also this paragraph. Right now let's bring all of this to the center. So let's click on this group over here, and now if I click on align horizontal centers, we can see that the whole group is centered, but all the individual elements are not centered. So let's ungroup this first. So I'll just right click over here and click on ungroup, and now let's select all of this and let's click on align horizontal centers, and now we can see everything is centered correctly. So let's do the same for all the other elements. We'll also check whether we have the correct padding at the top. So we have a padding of 85 pixels. Let's select all of this and let's group it once again, and we will have a spacing of 60 pixels. So let's bring this up a little bit. Right now let's select this and let's ungroup this, and let's click on align horizontal centers, and now let's group this, and now let's click on align horizontal centers, and now we can see it is in the center. And we'll also bring this up a little bit, so we will have a spacing of 40 pixels. I think that looks alright. Right now let's go ahead and bring this section over here to the top, and let's bring it to the center. Let's click on align horizontal centers and let's ungroup this, and now let's select both of this and let's click on align horizontal centers, and let's group this and let's bring it to the center. And we'll also bring both of these icons to the center. So let's double click over here and let's group it first. So I'll just press Ctrl G and let's align horizontal centers, and we'll just increase the width of this input field. So we will have a spacing of 32 pixels, and the same for the right. You can just press Ctrl and press the left and the right arrows to increase the width. And let's bring this placeholder to the left, and I'll just increase the height of this button, and let's group this button and let's click on align horizontal centers, and let's also bring this paragraph to the top, and let's set a spacing of 32 pixels from the left and the right. And I think we can decrease the size a little bit, so let's set it to 14 pixels, and let's set it to text align center, and that looks alright. So that's it with the footer of our mobile version. Now let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and we will have a spacing of 70 pixels. So let's press Ctrl and up arrow. Right now we have 70 pixels. So that's it with the footer. Right now let's select this, and we have a spacing of 100 pixels from the previous section. Right now let's decrease the height of this frame. So let's select this frame. So I'll just press Ctrl and click over here, and let's decrease the height of this frame. Alright, that's it with the mobile version of our website. Now the last thing we need to do is add the navigation menu for our mobile version. So in this video we'll create a navigation menu for our mobile version. So when we click on this menu button, we want to have a navigation menu displayed over here, and it should have a close button, and when we click on the close button, the navigation menu should close. So let's get started. Alright, now the first thing we will do is we'll create a frame. So let's click on frame and let's click over here, and we'll select this frame, and let's select iPhone Pro Max, and this is gonna be our navigation menu. Now the first thing we will do is we will add a background color. So let's select this color, and let's select the dark color that we have for our website. And I think we will select the other dark color that we have in our website. So if you scroll up, here we have this color, so let's select this. Right now the next thing we will do is we will add the menu items over here. So let's click on text and let's click over here. And we need to add about, services and our work. So let's type about over here. And let's set the font size to 16 pixels. Or let's set it to 18 pixels. I think we can increase it a little bit more. So I'll just set it to 24 pixels. Alright, that looks alright. So let's bring it to the center. And now let's duplicate this. And let's bring it down. And here we will type services. And let's bring it to the center. And we will have a gap of 40 pixels in between. So right now we have a gap of 41. Let's bring it down. Alright, now let's duplicate this and bring it down over here. And the next menu item we need to have is our work. And let's send it to the center. And now we also need to have a button. So for that, let's go over here to assets and let's drag this component over here. And we'll change the platform to mobile and we will change it to a light button. So let's uncheck dark. And we will change the text of the button to enroll now. And let's bring it to the center. Let's select this and let's click on align horizontal centers. So this is going to be our navigation menu. So let's select all of this and let's group it. So I'll just press Ctrl G and let's name this menu items. And for this frame, I'll just name it navigation menu. Now the next thing we need to do is add a close icon. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and let's select hero icons. And if you scroll down, we can see that we have this icon for close. So let's drag this over here. And let's change the color of the icon to white. And let's increase the size a little bit. So if you go over here to this icon, let's see what is the size. We have a size of 39 pixels. I think we can increase it to 40 pixels to be a bit more consistent. Alright, now let's select this and let's change the size to 40 pixels. And let's select this tool called scale. And let's increase the size and we'll set it to 40 pixels. And let's bring it over here to the top right. We will have a spacing of 60 pixels from the top and 32 pixels from the right. Alright, this is our navigation menu. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to set a prototype where when we click on this button, we want to have this navigation menu displayed over here, and when we click on this close button, it should go back and we should have this home screen. So let's go over here to prototype and let's select this button. Now let's go back and select the move tool. And here we can see we have this plus icon displayed over here. So we have to drag this to wherever we want. So I'll just drag it over here to this frame. And here we have some options for interaction. So we will set it to on click. And here we have an option called navigate to this frame navigation menu. And then we have the animation and all of those over here. So I'll just set this to open overlay, because we're going to open this navigation menu as an overlay. And here we have some options as to where this navigation menu should be displayed. We'll just set it to centered. And we have some other options over here. We'll just leave it as it is. And here we have animation, and let's select this and let's select move in. And now here we have different options like move in from the left or move in from the right, and all of those options over here. So I'll just select this one right here and let's set it to ease out. And now the next thing we need to do is we need to add an interaction for this close button as well. So let's select this, and this close button should be inside this navigation menu. So I'll just drag this over here. Right now let's select this close button, and we will drag a connection from here to this frame over here. So I'll just click and drag and drop it into this frame. And here we'll just choose close overlay. And now let's go ahead and test it out. So let's select this and let's click on this button called present. And here we have the home screen, and let's click on this button. And we can see that the navigation menu is displayed over here. And if I click on this close button, it is hidden. So the navigation menu is working alright. Now if you want to test this design in your smartphone, you can go ahead and download an application called Figma Mirror, and just go ahead and log in with your Figma credentials. And once you log in, you can just click on any of these frames. So here I have installed Figma Mirror on my phone, and let's select this frame over here. And we can see that our design is displayed over here in the phone. Now you can go ahead and scroll down, and we can see everything is working alright. Now let's test this menu button. So let's click on this menu button, and we can see that the navigation menu is displayed over here. And let's click on this close button, and we can see it is hidden. So everything is working alright. And I think the font over here is not correct. The font over here is Poppins, so we have to change all of this font to Poppins. So let's change this to Poppins. Alright, now let's center this. Alright, so that's basically it with this video. Now here we can see in the first frame we have the color palette of our website, and then we have all the components that we need in our design. And if you scroll down, we can see that we have the desktop version on the left. This is how it looks. And then we have the tablet version, and we have a slight change in the layout. Here we can see we have this 2-column layout for our footer. And then we have the smartphone version, so this is how it looks. Now for the smartphone version, we don't have these menu items displayed over here. Instead, we have this menu icon. And if I click on this, we're going to see this menu over here. And if we scroll down, we can see that we have a different layout for our smartphone version. And for the footer, we have a 1-column layout. So this is our Figma design. Now let me show you the completed version of our real website. Alright, this is our completed project. So this is how it's going to look after the tutorial series is finished. And here we can see we have this hero section over here, and it looks almost the same as the Figma design. And if you scroll down, we can see that we have all the other elements over here. And we also have a different styling for these menu items over here when we scroll down. So here we can see this is the default design. And if we scroll down, we have a different styling. And here we can see all these sections are displayed just like we have in our Figma design. And here we have the Get Our App section. And then we have the footer over here. Right now let me show you the tablet version. So I'll just right click over here and click on Inspect. And let's click on this button called Toggle Device Toolbar. Alright, this is how it's going to look on an iPad Pro. And if we scroll down, we can see all these elements over here. And we have this different layout for this Testimonials section. And if we scroll down, we have the course section, then we have the app section, and then we have the footer in 2-column layout. Alright, now let's go ahead and check out a different device. So let's click on this drop down. And let's select iPad. And here we can see for the iPad we have a slightly smaller screen, and here we can see we don't have the menu items displayed over here, but we have this menu icon, and if I click on that, we have the menu displayed over here. And if I click on this close button, it goes back. And if we scroll down, we can see that everything looks alright. Alright, now let's check out the mobile version. So let's click on this drop down, and let's select a device from here. Let's select Pixel to XL. And this is how it will look on a Pixel to XL device. So here also we have this menu icon, and if I click on that, we have the menu displayed over here. And if I click on the close button, the menu goes back. So let's scroll down, and here we can see all these elements, and it is looking just like the Figma design. And then we have this footer over here with a 1-column layout. So everything is looking alright. So this is what we're going to design in this tutorial series using HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now in this video we will set everything up for our project, and from the next video we will start writing the code. So let's get started. Now the first thing you have to do is download and open this Figma file in your Figma application. So I will leave the link of this Figma file in the description, so you can go ahead and download from there. And then just open it in your Figma application. Now if you don't have Figma already installed, you can just Google for Figma and just download it from there. And then you can just create a free account and get started. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will create the HTML, CSS and JavaScript files. So here I have created this folder called responsive homepage, and I just opened it with VS Code. And I also have a folder called images over here to store all the images. Alright, now let's go ahead and create the files. So let's click on new file and let's create an HTML file. I'll just name it index.html. Now let's create a CSS file. So let's click on new file and let's name it style.css. And we also need to have a JavaScript file. So let's click on new file and let's name it main.js. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will link the CSS and the JavaScript files into our HTML file. So let's go over here to index.html, and in VS Code you can just press exclamation and press tab and you will have this basic HTML5 code. Alright, now here let's link our CSS file. So here I'll just type link and press tab, and here in the href I'll just type style.css. And now let's link our JavaScript file over here inside the body. So here I'll just type script:/src and press tab, and here I'll just type main.js. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will get the link of the fonts. So if we go back to our Figma file, we can see that we are using two fonts over here. One is this font called Railway. So here we can see for Railway we need to have the black version, and then we have the next font over here called Poppins. So we need to have the regular version, and we also need to have a bold version. I think this is also Poppins. So here we can see for Poppins we also have a bold version. And let's scroll down and let's see whether we have any more fonts. So I think this is a Railway font. So let's double click over here, and here we can see we have a Railway font for the thin version as well. So we need to get these four styles of fonts. We need to get the Railway thin and the Railway black, and we also need to get the Poppins regular and the bold versions. So for that let's go to fonts.google.com. Alright, so here I'm in fonts.google.com, and here we can see we have the Poppins font. So let's click on this, and we need to get the regular and the bold versions. So I'll just select this one right here, regular 400, and let's scroll down and let's also select bold 700. Right, now let's search for the next font, which is Railway. So let's go back and let's search for Railway, and let's click on this font. And here also we need to select two styles. So we'll select this light 300 version, and let's scroll down and let's also select the bold 900. So I'll just select this. Alright, now let's click on this icon called view your selected families, and here we can see the link that we can add in our HTML. So I'll just copy this from here and let's go to our HTML. So here in the HTML I'll just paste the link in the head section. Alright, that's it with the fonts. Now let's go ahead and add the colors to our website. So we'll create some CSS variables for that. So let's go to our style.css file, and here we'll just create a root selector. So I'll just type :root, and in here we will add all the CSS variables for the colors. Now when we add the CSS variables inside the root, it will be accessible everywhere. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's get the code of our colors. So let's scroll up, and here we can see we have the colors. So let's click on this color, and here we can see the hex code for the color. So I'll just copy this, and let's go back to our CSS, and here we'll just create a variable. So I'll just name it orange color, and here I'll just add the hex code. So I'll just type hash and paste the code over here. So this is our first variable. Now the advantage of using a CSS variable is that if you want to change the color later, you can go ahead and change it in just one place, and it will be changed in all the other places because we're going to use this CSS variable name as the color. Alright, now let's go ahead and get the second color. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this color right here, and let's copy this hex code, and let's go back and we'll just name it dark blue color, and here let's type hash and paste the hex code. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file and let's select the next color. So I'll just select this color right here, and I'll just copy this code, and let's create a color called dark color, and I'll just paste it over here. And I don't think we have this color in our website, so let's scroll down, and I don't think we have that color in our website, so I'll just skip this color right here. Let's select the next color, and let's copy this hex code, and let's go back, and here I'll just name it light color, and I'll just paste the code over here. Right, now let's go back and let's select this color right here, and I'll just copy this code. Let's go back, and we'll just name it light blue color. Alright, that's it with all the colors in our website. Now the last thing we will do is we will export all the images from the Figma file into this images folder over here. So I'll just show you how to export a couple of images, and then you can go ahead and export all the other images. Now to export an image, you can just select the image. So I'll just double click over here to select this image, and then you can go over here to this design tab and just scroll down, and you can find this option called export, and you have to click on this plus icon over here, and then here you can click on preview to see how the image looks, and then you can go ahead and select the image format. So I'll just select PNG, and then you can click on export, and you can browse to your project folder, and I'll just select this images folder, and I'll just name it heroimage.png, and let's click on save. And now if you go to this images folder, we can see that we have this hero image. Now in the same way, you can go ahead and export all the other images, and you need to export these icons as well. So if we double click over here, we can see this is an image. So if we scroll down, here we can see we have the preview of the image. Now when you're exporting icons, you can just select the image format as SVG instead of PNG, because SVG will maintain the quality of the image even if we increase the size of the image. So whenever you have an icon or shapes like this, you can just export it as SVG. So I'll just click on export, and I'll just name this enroll icon.svg, and let's save it. Now in this way, you can go ahead and export all these images. So you can export the star icon, you can export these two images, and you also need to export these thumbnail images, and also these icons for App Store and Google Play Store, and also these two icons over here. You can export these as SVGs. Right now let's go to the iPad version, and we don't have any new icons over here. So let's go to the mobile version, and here we can see we have this icon for the menus. So you can just double click over here and export this icon as an SVG, and you also need to export this close icon, and let's see whether we have any icons remaining. And we also need to export this icon over here for the clock. So these are all the images and icons you need to export from Figma, and once you export all these images, you'll be ready to get started with the code. Now in the previous video, I showed you how to set up the project, and if you go to our VS Code, here we can see we have created these files over here, HTML, CSS and JavaScript files, and we also added some CSS variables over here, and this is our HTML file. We have added some boilerplate HTML code and also the link of the font, and I had shown you how to export the images from the Figma file into our project. So here we can see we have exported these two images. Now you can use the same method to export all the other images. So I'll just go ahead and copy and paste all the images that I exported into this images folder. Alright, so here I have copied all the images that I exported from the Figma file. Now in this video, we will start writing the HTML for our website. So let's get started. Alright, let's go back to our Figma file, and let's see how to get started. So the first thing we will do is we'll create this header section. So for that, let's go back to our HTML, and let's create a header tag. So here I'll just type header, and in the header we need to have a division to contain everything. So here we can see we have a max width for all the elements, but the header has full width. So here we can see for the header we have this linear gradient background, but we have a max width for all the contents inside the header. So we have to create a container division for that. So for that, let's create a division with the class of wrapper. And in this, we'll create a nav element to hold all these menu items and also this logo. So let's create a nav element, and in that we will create a division with the class of logo for this logo. So let's create a division with the class of logo, and here I'll just type gd dot. So this is our logo, and the next thing we need to do is add these menu items. Now for this, I'll just create an unordered list. So let's create an unordered list over here. So I'll just type ul, and for each of the menu items we'll create a list item. So let's type li, and here I'll just create an anchor tag for the menu items, and for the href I'll just type hash for now. And here in the anchor tag, the first menu item we need to have is about. So I'll just type about over here, And let's open this in our browser and let's see how it looks. So I have this extension called Live Server installed in VS Code. So you can go ahead and search for Live Server, and once you install it, you can simply right click over here in the HTML and click on Open with Live Server. And here we can see our design is opened in the browser. So here we can see we have the logo and the first menu item. So let's go back to our VS Code, and I'll just copy this list item. And we need to have 2 more menu items, and we also need to have this button. So let's copy it 3 more times. So I'll just paste it down here. And for the second menu item, we have services, and then we have our work. So I'll just type that over here, services and our work. And for the last menu item, we have a button. And for the button, we have a text of enroll now. So here I'll just type enroll now. And since this is a button, we need to style it differently. So I'll just add a class over here. So I'll just type class, and we will add a class of btn for the button, and we will style it in the CSS. Now if you go back to our design, we can see that we have 2 types of buttons. We have a dark button and also a light button. So we'll also add a class called dark over here for the dark button. Alright, that's it with the menu items of our desktop version. So here after this nav element, I'll just create a comment. So you can just press command / and you will have this comment. And here I'll just type end of desktop navigation menu. Right, now the next thing we need to add is this hero section. So for that, let's create a division with the class of hero section. So here I'll just type dot hero section and press tab. And now in the hero section, we need to have 2 parts. One for the left part, which is the heading and this text and this button. And then for the right part, we have this image. So let's create a division with the class of left. And in this left division, we will have an h1 for this text. So I'll just type h1. And here we need to have this text. So I'll just copy this, double click over here and copy this from here. And let's paste it over here. And we need to have a line break over here because we can see we have this learn the art of in one line, and we have game dev in the next line. So here after off, I'll just create a BR tag to add a line break. Now if you go back to our browser, we can see that we have 2 lines over here for the heading. Or let's go back to our Figma file. And the next thing we need to add is this text. So I'll just copy this from here. And let's go back. And here I'll just create a paragraph. So I'll just type P. And here I'll just paste the text. Or now the next thing we need to have is a button. So I'll just create an anchor tag for that. And in the href, I'll just type hash, and for the button we will have a class of btn. And this is a light button, so I'll just type light over here as well. And here in the text we need to type enroll now, so I'll just type it over here. Alright, that's it with the left part of our hero section. Now on the right part we need to have this image. So let's create a division with the class of right. And here I'll just create an img tag. And in the source, I'll just type images / and I have saved it as hero image. So here we can see hero image.png. Alright, so let's go back to our browser. And here we can see we have the image and everything is displayed correctly. Let's go back to our Figma file. And now the next thing we will do is we'll create the HTML for these 2 elements over here. So for these, I'll just create a division with the class of achievements cards. So let's go back. And let's go outside this right division, and here I'll just create a division with the class of achievement cards. And in this we'll create a division with the class of achievement card. So I'll just type achievement card, and we need to have 2 cards, one for this students enrolled. So for that I'll just create a class. So I'll just type students enrolled, so that we can style them differently in the CSS. Now here in this division we need to have the heading. So this is the heading, and then we need to have this text. And then for the second card we have a heading, and we also have an image over here, and then we have this text. So let's go back, and I'll just create a division with the class of content. And here I'll just create an S3, and here I'll just type it is 32k, so I'll just type 32k. And then we need to have this paragraph. So for that, let's create a p tag over here after the heading. and I'll just type students enrolled. And then we have this background rectangle over here. So we also have a rectangle behind this main rectangle. Now to style that, we'll create a division with the class of BG. So here after this content, I'll just create a division with the class of BG, and we'll style it using CSS. Right now let's copy this achievement card and let's paste it down here. And here instead of students enrolled, I'll just type overall rating. And then here we have this number 4.7. So I'll just type that over here. And after that, we need to have this star image. So what I will do is I'll just create a division for this heading. So I'll just type div over here. And I'll just add this heading inside this division. Now let's do the same over here as well. So I'll just type div. And I'll just add this heading inside the division. Now after this heading, let's create an img tag. And here in the src, I'll just type images / and I have named it star icon.svg. And then here instead of students enrolled, I'll just type overall rating. Alright, that's it with the header section. So if you go back to our Figma file, we can see that all the elements have been covered. If you go back to our Google Chrome, here we can see all the elements are displayed over here. Right now let's go back to our VS Code, and here after the header, I'll just create a comment and I'll just type end of the header section. Right now let's go back to our Figma file, and the next section we need to add is this testimonial section, and it is also inside this fixed width. So let's create a wrapper division for this. So I'll just type dot wrapper, and we are adding this class called wrapper. And here also we have added this class called wrapper. Now when we style this using CSS, we will have the same styles applied to this division and also this division right here, because they both have the same class. So both of them will have the same max width. Right now for the testimonial section, I'll just create a section and I'll just give it a class of Testimonials Section. And let's go back to our Figma file. And here also we have two parts. We have the left part where we have these two cards, and on the right part we have this text and this button. So let's go back to our HTML, and here let's create a division with the class of left, and we will have a division with the class of testimonial cards for each of these testimonial cards. So let's create a division with the class of testimonial card, and in that the first thing we need to have is the content of the testimonial, which is this text. So I'll just copy this, and let's create a division with the class of content, and I'll just paste it over here. And then we have this info where we have the name and the company name. So for that, I'll just create a division with the class of info. And then for the name, I'll just create an h4. And we have the first name as Jane Cooper. So I'll just type Jane Cooper over here. And then we have the company name. So I'll just copy this from here. And I'll just create a paragraph with the class of company. And I'll just paste it over here. And now the next thing we need to add is this image. So let's go outside this info division, and here I'll just create an img tag, and in the src I'll just type images / and I have saved it as testimonial1.png. Alright, now let's copy this testimonial card and I'll just paste it down here, and we'll change the details over here. So let's go back and I'll just copy this text, and let's go back and paste it over here, and let's go to our Figma file and let's copy this name. And let's paste it over here instead of the previous name. And then lastly we have this company name. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here. And then we'll change the image to testimonial2.png. Alright, that's it with the left part of our testimonial section. Alright, now let's fold this left division over here. So I'll just click on this button. And let's create a division with the class of right. And in here we need to have a heading. So I'll just create an h2 for that. And let's copy this text. And let's paste it over here. And now we need to have two paragraphs. So I'll just copy this. And let's go back and create a paragraph. And I'll just paste it over here. And let's create one more paragraph. And I'll just copy this text. And I'll just paste it over here. And then lastly we need to have this button. So for that, I'll just go outside this right division, and let's create an anchor tag, and we'll just type hash for the href, and we'll just give it a class of btn, and it is a light button, so I'll just give it a class of light, and we have a text of learn more. Alright, that's basically it with the testimonial section. So I'll just create a comment over here, and I'll just type end of testimonial section, and let's go back to our Chrome, and we can see everything looks alright. We have all the elements displayed over here. Right now, let's go back to our Figma file, and if you scroll down, we have the our courses section. So for that, let's create a section. So here I'll just type section, and we'll just give it a class of courses section, and in here we need to have a wrapper class because we need to have fixed width. So I'll just type dot wrapper over here, and in this we need to have the heading first of all. So let's create an h2, and let's type our courses. And just like the button, we also have two types of headings. We have a light heading and also a dark heading. So for the light heading, we will have a class of light for the h2. So here I'll just type class and set it to light. Alright, now the next thing we need to have are these course cards. So for that, let's create a division with the class of course cards. And in that, for each of the cards, we'll create a division with the class of course card. And in here, we need to have an image. So let's create img tag. And in the source, I'll just type images / and I have named it as course1.png. And then we need to have the info about the course. So I'll just copy this, and let's go back and let's create a division with the class of info. And for the heading, I'll just create an h3 and I'll just paste it over here. And then we have the duration. So for that, let's create a division with the class of duration. And here I'll just type 8 hours. Right now, let's copy this course card and let's paste it down for the next course. And here I'll just change the details. So for the image, I'll just type course2.png, and I'll just copy this heading and paste it over here. And then we have 8 hours. I'll just change this to 15 hours. Right now, the last thing we need to have in this course section is this button. So here, just after the end of the course cards section, I'll just create a button. So I'll just create an anchor tag, and I'll just give it a class of btn, and it is a light button, so I'll just type light over here. And for the text, we have all courses. Alright, that's basically it with the course section. So I'll just create a comment over here. I'll just type end of courses section. Right now, let's go to our browser and let's see whether everything is being displayed correctly. So here we can see we have the images and the details. So everything is working all right. Let's go back to our Figma file. And the next thing we need to create is the get our app section. So let's go back to our VS Code and let's create a wrapper division. And in that, we'll create a section with the class of app section. And in this, we need to have a heading. So we need to type get our app. So I'll just create an h2 and let's type get our app. And then we need to have a paragraph. So I'll just copy this text and let's go back and create a paragraph. And I'll just paste the text over here. And then we need to have these two buttons. So for the buttons, I'll just create a division with the class of app buttons. And for each of the button, I'll just create a division with the class of app btn. Now in the button, we need to have this image and we need to have this text. So let's create an img tag and I'll just type images / and it is called app store icon.svg. And then we need to have a text called app store. So for that, let's create a span and here I'll just type app store. Alright, now let's copy this and let's paste it down here. And we'll just change the image to Google Play icon. And for the text, we need to have Google Play. Alright, that's it with the app section. So let's create a comment over here, and I'll just tap end of the app section. Right now let's go to our browser and let's see whether everything is being displayed over here. And here we can see we have the heading, the text, and also the icon and the text over here. So everything is working alright. Let's go back to our Figma file. And the last thing we need to have is this footer. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here let's create a footer tag for the footer. And even for the content of the footer, we need to have a max width. So let's create a wrapper division. Now for all these links over here, we'll create a division with the class of links container. So let's create a division with the class of links container. And now for each of these links section, I'll just create a division with the class of links. And in the links, we need to have a heading for this text. So I'll just create an S3, and the first heading is quick links. And then for all these links, let's create an unordered list. So let's create a UL, and in that we will have list items, and we'll have anchor tags for the links. And the first one is about us, so I'll just type about us over here. And we need to have 3 more links, so I'll just copy this list item and paste it 3 more times. And let's change the text to contact us, privacy policy, and terms and conditions. Alright, that's it with the first set of links. Now let's copy this links division, and we need to paste it 2 more times for these 2 links section. So I'll just copy this and paste it down here and paste it 1 more time. Alright, now for the second heading we have course. So I'll just type course over here. And then for the links we have login, download, and all courses. And we have just 3 links over here, so I'll just delete this list item. And then for the third link, we have a heading of contact us. And here we need to have this email ID. So I'll just remove this anchor tag, and I'll just type the email ID over here. And now we can delete the rest of the list items. So I'll just delete all of this from here. And then for these social media icons, let's create a division with the class of social. So here I'll just type social. And in here we need to have these 2 icons. So let's create an anchor tag for that. And let's create an img tag. And for the first image, we need to have the Facebook icon. So I'll just type images / Facebook logo.svg. And I'll just copy this anchor tag and paste it down here. And let's change this to Instagram. And then we need to have this input field over here and also this button. So let's go outside this division, and let's create a form. And for the action, I'll just type hash for now. And in the form, we need to have an input field, and the type will be text. And we'll also add a placeholder. And for the placeholder, we will type email address. And then we need to have a button. So let's create a button. And for the button, we will give it a class of submit button. And here I'll just type subscribe. Right now, the last thing we need to do is add this text. So I'll just copy this. And let's go outside this links container division. So I'll just fold this. And here I'll just create a paragraph. And let's give it a class of copyright. And I'll just paste the text over here. Alright, that's basically it with the footer. So with that, we have written the HTML for the desktop version of our website. So if we go back to our Figma design, we can see that we have added all these elements in our HTML. Now for the iPad version, we don't need to change anything in the HTML because we can see that all the elements are the same. But for the mobile version, we need to add this navigation menu for the mobile version, and we also need to add this icon and this close icon. And we need to hide these menu items from here. Alright, so let's go to our browser, and let's see whether the footer is being displayed correctly. And here we can see all the links are displayed over here. We also have the input field, the button and the copyright information. So everything looks alright. So that's basically it with this video. We have written the HTML of our design. Now from the next video we will start writing the CSS and we'll make it look like this. Alright, this is our progress as of now. We can see that we have written the HTML of our website, and we have also linked our CSS file over here. So let's go to our style.css file and let's start styling this. Now we have already created some variables for the colors. Now the first thing we will do is that we will set the box sizing to border box for all the elements. So I'll just tap asterisk to select all the elements, and I'll also select the after and the before selectors. So just tap asterisk colon after and asterisk colon before. And here we'll just tap box sizing and set it to border box. Now when you add this line of code box sizing border box, it will include the padding and the border of the element inside the width and the height of the element. So we won't have to calculate the width and the height of the element after the padding and the border is added. Alright, now let's remove the default margin that we have in the body. So I'll just tap body and I'll just set the margin to 0. And by default we will set the font family to Poppins. So I'll just tap Poppins and sans serif. Now let's go to our design, and here you can see the font has changed, and also we don't have any margin for the body. Alright, now the next thing we will do is style these buttons. So let's go back to our CSS, and here we'll just add the selector of the button. So if you go to the HTML, we can see that for the button we have a class of btn, and we have two types of buttons. We have a dark button with a class of dark, and we also have a light button with a class of light. So here we can see we have the light button. So let's target the btn class. So I'll just tap .btn. Alright, now let's go to our Figma file and let's double click on this button. And here we can see the properties of the button. So if you go over here to this tab called inspect, and if you scroll down, we can see that we have the CSS displayed over here. So let's copy some of the CSS that we need. So what we need from this are the padding and the border radius. So you can just copy this from here, or I'll just go back to our CSS and I'll just type it over here. So I'll just type padding, and we have a padding of 16 pixels and 32 pixels. So I'll just type 16 and 32, and we have a border radius of 24 pixels. So I'll just type border radius 24 pixels. And for the button we have a text color of white. So let's set the text color to white. Now this button is basically an anchor tag. So here we can see this is an anchor tag. Now anchor tags are inline elements by default. Now when you have an inline element, there can be problems with the padding and the margin of the element. So I'll just set the display to inline block. And let's go back to our Figma file, and if you double click over here in this text, we can see that the properties of the text are displayed over here. So we have the font size set to 18 pixels. We have the font weight set to bold. So let's copy these and let's paste it over here. Now the next thing we will do is we will style the dark and the light buttons. So for the light button we need to have an orange color. So here we can see this is the light button, and for the dark button we need to have this dark blue color. So let's go back, and here we'll just type btn.dark, and make sure that you don't have any space between these two classes, because we're gonna have these two classes in the same element. Right, let's set the background color of this button to a variable that we created. So if you scroll up, we can see that we have created this variable called dark blue color. So we're gonna add this color to the button. So here I'll just tap var, and here I'll just tap dark blue color. And for the light button, let's add the orange color. So I'll just tap btn.light, and for the orange color we have a variable called orange color. So let's add this over here. So I'll just tap background and var orange color. Alright, now let's go to Chrome and let's see how it looks. So here we can see we have the buttons, and the colors are being displayed over here. Now we also want to remove these underlines from the buttons. So here I'll just type text decoration and set it to none. Now the next thing we will do is we need to add an icon for this button. So if you go back to our Figma file, we can see that for this button we have this icon. So for that, let's go to our code, and let's go to the HTML, and let's go to the button. So this is the button, enroll now. Now here in this button I'll just add a class called enroll icon, and let's save this, and let's go back to our style.css file, and now let's style the enroll icon button. So I'll just type btn dot enroll icon, and we're going to use a before selector for adding the icon. So I'll just type colon before, and here I'll just type content, and here in the content I'll just add the link of the enroll icon. So here in the images we have this svg called enroll icon.svg. So I'll just type URL, and here I'll just provide the link. So I'll just type images / enroll now icon.svg. And now if you go back to our Chrome, we can see that the icon is displayed over here. Now we want this icon to be displayed in the center vertically. So for that, let's position this before selector relative to this button. So for that, let's go back to our button, and here I'll just type position relative, and here for the before selector, let's set the position to absolute. Now this before selector will be positioned relative to this button. Alright, now let's set the top position to 50%, and let's set the left position to 32 pixels. And now if we go back to our Chrome, we can see that the icon starts from the 50% mark. So we also have to move it 50% of itself to the top. So I'll just tap transform, translate Y, and set it to -50%. And now we can see that the icon and the text are in the same place. So let's add some padding left to this button. So let's go back, and here I'll just type btn.enroll icon, and let's set the padding left to 60 pixels. And now we can see that it looks alright. Alright, that's it with the button. So everywhere we can see that the button is being styled. So here I'll just add a comment. I'll just type buttons. And now the next thing we will do is we will style the wrapper. So if we go back to our HTML, we can see that we have added this division with the class of wrapper. Now we are using this to add a maximum width to our elements. So if we go back to our Figma file, we can see that we have a maximum width set for the contents of this header. So I'll just double click over here, and here on the right we can see we have a width of 1134 pixels. So this is going to be the max width of our wrapper. So let's go back, and let's go to our style.css file, and I'll just add the styles for the wrapper over here just after the body. So I'll just type .wrapper, and let's set a max width of 1134 pixels, and we also need to bring it to the center. So I'll just type margin 0 for top and bottom, and auto for left and right. Now if we go back to our Chrome, we can see that we have a max width. Let's add a background color, and let's see whether it is being applied. So here we can see we have a max width of 1134 pixels, and also the wrapper is in the center. So let's go back and let's remove this background color. Alright, now the next thing we will style is the header element. So if we go back to our HTML, we can see that we have created this header element over here. So let's go over here to our style.css file, and here I'll just add a comment. So I'll just type header, and here we'll just type header, and let's go back to our Figma file, and first of all let's select this background rectangle, and if you go over here to inspect and scroll down, we can see that the CSS is displayed over here. So I'll just copy this background color. So I'll just copy it from here. So let's go back to our CSS, and I'll just paste it over here, and we need to set the height of this header to 100 viewport height, which is 100% width of the browser window, and let's set the width to 100%. Right, now let's go back to our website, and here we can see we have this linear gradient background color added. Alright, now the next thing we will do is style this nav. So if we go back to our HTML, we can see that we have created this nav element, and in that we have the logo and the UL for the menu items. So let's go back to our style.css file, and let's style the nav. So I'll just type nav. Now we want the elements of the nav to be displayed one next to the other. So right now we can see that the logo is at the top and we have the menu items at the bottom. Now we want the logo to be on the left and the menu items to be on the right. So here we'll just set the display to flex, and justify content to space between. So now if you go back to our design, we can see that the logo is at the left and we have all these menu items at the right. Now the next thing we will do is style this logo. So let's go back, and for the logo we have a class of logo. So let's style this. So I'll just type nav logo, And let's go to our Figma file and let's see what are the properties. So let's double click over here in the logo, and if you go to inspect and scroll down, we can see these are the properties for the logo. So we need to set the color to white, we need to set the font size to 40 and the font weight to 900, and also the font family to railway. So I'll just copy all of this from here, and let's go back to our CSS, and I'll just paste it over here. Now here for the railway, we'll also add a backup font. So here I'll just type sans serif, and we don't need to have this font style, so I'll just delete this line of code. And we also don't need to have this line height, so I'll just delete this and also this comment. Alright, let's go back to our Chrome, and here we can see that the logo is styled correctly. Now the next thing we will do is style these list items inside the UL. Now we want all these menu items to be displayed one next to the other. So for that, let's go back to our CSS and let's target the unordered list inside the nav. So here we can see we have this UL inside the nav. So here I'll just tap nav UL, and let's set the display to flex so that the elements will be one next to the other. Now we need to align them to the center, so I'll just tap align items to the center. And let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the spacing that we need to have. So let's double click over here, and here we can see we have a spacing of 60 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type gap and set it to 60 pixels. Now if you go back to our Chrome, we can see we have these menu items displayed over here, and we'll also remove these bullets from here. So let's go back and let's type list style and set it to none. Now the next thing we will do is style these menu items. So let's go back, and for the menu items we have anchor tags. So here we'll just type nav ul li a, and let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click over here, and here we can see in the inspect we have the CSS. So let's copy some of this from here. I'll just copy everything and we'll just delete things that we don't want. Let's go back to our CSS and I'll just paste it over here, and we don't need to have the line height, and we also don't need to have the font style. And here for pop-ins we will add a fallback font, so just type sans serif. And we also need to remove these underlines, so I'll just type text decoration and set it to none. Now here we can see for the UL we have some default margin at the top. So let's go back to our CSS and let's go to the UL, and here I'll just type margin and set it to 0. And now we can see we don't have any margins, and we'll also center align this logo vertically. So let's go back and let's go to the nav, and here let's type align items to the center, and now we can see everything looks alright. Now the next thing we will do is we will set this nav element to fixed. So when we scroll up or down, it should always be positioned at the same place. So for that, let's go back, and here I'll just type position and set it to fixed. And now we can see that the width has changed. So for that we have to set the width back to 1134 pixels, and from the top we will have a spacing of let's say 36 pixels. So I'll just tap top 36 pixels. Alright, now we can see when we scroll down, the nav element stays there. And we'll also set the z index of the nav to something higher, because we can see when we scroll down, the nav is below the other elements. So let's set a z index. So I'll just type z index, and let's set it to 100. And now we can see it is above all the other elements. Alright, now let's start styling this hero section. So let's go back to our VS Code, and let's create a comment. So I'll just type hero section, and let's go back to our index.html file, and for the hero section we have a division with the class of hero section. So here we'll just type hero section, and let's set the display to flex so that the elements will be one next to the other. So we want the left division to be on the left and the right to be on the right. And we'll also set the height to 100 viewport height and the width to 100%. And we'll also bring it to the center vertically. So I'll just type align items to the center, and we'll also type justify content to space between so that both the left and the right divisions are on the extreme left and right. Now let's go back to Chrome, and here we can see our elements are displayed over here. For now we'll just hide these achievement cards. So let's go back, and for the achievement cards we have a class of achievement cards. So let's target this. Here let's type achievement cards, and here let's type achievement cards, and let's set the display to none. We will style it later. Alright, now let's style this heading. So here I'll just type hero section, and for the left part we have a division with a class of left. So let's target that. I'll just type left, and in that we have the h1 for the heading. So let's type h1. Alright, now let's go to our Figma file, and let's double click over here on this heading, and let's go to inspect and scroll down, and here we can see the CSS for the heading. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it over here in the CSS, and let's remove this font style, and let's also remove this comment, and here we'll also add sans serif. So I'll just type comma and add sans serif over here. Let's go back to our design, and here we can see this is how our heading looks. We'll also remove the margin bottom from here. So here I'll just type margin bottom, and let's set it to 0. Alright, now the next thing we will do is style this paragraph. So let's go back to our Figma file, and for the paragraph we have these styles over here. So let's copy all of this, and let's go back, and let's go to our VS Code, and here we'll just type hero section left P, and let's paste the CSS over here, and I'll just add sans serif over here, and I'll just remove this font style, and we'll also set the color of the text to white. Now the next thing we will do is we will set a fixed width for this left division. So if you go back to our Figma file, we can see we have a width of here we can see 457 pixels, and even for the heading we have 457 pixels of width. So let's go back and let's add a width to the left division. So here let's type hero section left, and let's set the width to 457 pixels. Right now let's add some margin between this button and this paragraph. So here for this paragraph I'll just type margin bottom, and we'll just set it to 30 pixels. And I feel that the font size of these buttons are a bit too large. So let's go to our VS Code, and let's go to the styles for the button, and let's set the font size to 16 pixels. Let's go back. I think this looks alright. Now we'll also add a little bit of padding top for this hero section, because we have this navigation menu over here. So that's why this content doesn't look like it is in the center. So let's go back, and for the hero section, let's add a padding top, and let's set it to, let's try 60 pixels. I think that looks alright. Alright, now let's style this image. So let's go back to our Figma file, and for the image we have a height of 582 pixels. So let's add this and let's see how it looks. So let's copy this from here, and let's go to our VS Code, and here in the HTML we can see for the image we simply have an image inside the right division. So here I'll just type hero section right img, and let's paste the height over here, and let's go back to our Chrome, and I think we need to decrease the height a little bit, because in the browser we also have this address bar, we also have this tab, and all of this take up some space, so we don't have the full height of the screen. Now in our Figma file we had designed it with the full height and width of the screen in mind, so we have to make some changes to the height of the elements in the real website. So let's go back and let's change the height to, let's try 520 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to position this image at the bottom. So right now it is at the center. So let's go back and let's target the right division. So here just type hero section right, and here we need to type align self, so it will align itself, and here we need to type flex end, which will align itself to the end. And we can see we still have a little bit of gap over here at the bottom. So for that we have to go over here to the image, and we have to add a line of code which is vertical align and set it to middle. And now we can see everything looks alright. Right now the next thing we will do is style the achievement cards. So let's go back and let's remove this line of code. And we need to position these achievement cards relative to the hero section. Now we need to set the position of the achievement card to absolute. So if you go back to our HTML, we can see for the achievement card we have this division with the class of achievement card. So let's style that. Here I'll just type achievement card, and I think we can delete this for now. Alright, for the achievement card we will set the position to absolute. Now in the achievement card we have this division with the class of content. So in the content we have this heading and this paragraph. So let's style the content. So here I'll just type achievement card content, and let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see for the background color we have a white color, and we also have a border radius of 24 pixels. So let's add these styles. Here I'll just type border radius 24 pixels and background color of white. We'll also add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. Here we can see our achievement card is displayed over here on the right. Now let's position these achievement cards over here on the left. So here for the first one we have a class of students enrolled. So let's target that. I'll just type achievement card dot students enrolled, and we'll set the left position to 47%, and we'll set the top position to 330 pixels. And here we can see the students enrolled achievement card is displayed over here. Now let's style the heading of this achievement card. So here I'll just type achievement card, and for the heading we have an S3. So let's type S3, and for this let's go back and let's see what are the styles. So let's double click over here, and here in the inspect let's scroll down, and let's copy these styles. So let's copy all of this, and let's go back and paste it over here, and we'll just remove the font style and the line height and this comment, and let's add sans serif over here. And for the color we will change this to our variable. So we have a variable called dark blue color, so I'll just type var dark blue color. And let's go back to Chrome, and we need to remove the margins. So here I'll just type margin 0, and we'll text align it to the center. And now let's style this paragraph. So we have a paragraph over here. So let's type achievement card P, and let's go back to our Figma file, and let's copy all of this, and let's paste it over here, and let's remove all of this, the line height and the font style, and we'll change this to sans serif, and we'll change the color to the dark variable, so var dark blue color. We'll also decrease the margin top over here, so we will add a negative margin. So just tap margin top, and let's set it to negative 8 pixels, and for margin bottom we will have 8 pixels. Now let's style the background rectangle for this achievement card. So if you go back to our Figma file, we can see we have this rectangle over here. So let's go back, and if you go back to our HTML, for that we have a division with the class of BG. So let's style that. So here I'll just type achievement card BG. Now we need to position this relative to the achievement card. So I'll just type position absolute, and let's set the height and the width to 100% of the achievement card. And we also need to have a linear gradient background. So let's select this, and let's copy this color, and we'll also copy this border radius. So let's copy these 2 lines of code, and let's paste it over here. And now we need to move this a little bit to the right and to the bottom. So let's go back. So here I'll just tap top, and I'll just set it to 8 pixels, and left, and I'll just set it to 8 pixels as well. Let's go back to Chrome, and we need to add some z index over here. So for this background BG we will add a z index of 1, and for the content I'll just add a z index of, let's say, 10, and we'll also need to add a position over here. So I'll just have position relative, because we have a position of absolute over here, so we need to add some position over here for the z index to work. And now we can see that it is being displayed correctly. Alright, now let's position this achievement card. So for that we have a class of overall rating, so I'll just type achievement card dot overall rating, and let's set the left position to 45%, and I'll just set the top position to 520 pixels. Let's see how it looks. And we also need to style this star image, so let's go back, and in the HTML we can see that we have a division, and in that we have the S3 and the image. So let's style this division. So here I'll just type achievement card content div, and we'll set the display to flex so that the elements will be one next to the other, and we'll also align items to the center, and we'll have a gap of 12 pixels. And now we can see this heading is not in the center, so let's right click over here and click on inspect, and let's see what's the problem. So here for the S3 we don't have the full width, so let's add a width of 100% and let's see whether it works. And we can see it works, so let's do that. Let's go back to our VS Code, and here for the S3 I'll just tap width of 100%. And now we need to move this image to the right a little bit. So for that we will increase the width of the left division, and let's go back, and here we can see for the left division we had added a width of 457 pixels. So I'll just remove this from here, and let's add this to the paragraph. And here for the left I'll just set the flex to 1 so that it takes up all the space that it can. And now we can see it looks alright. Let's also reposition these two achievement cards. So let's right click over here and click on inspect, and let's play with the left and the top values. So let's select the first achievement card, and I think we can decrease the top value a little bit. We can also increase the left value a little bit, and I think this looks alright. So let's copy these two lines of code, and let's paste it in the students enrolled achievement card. So it is right here, and for the next one let's select it, and let's decrease the top value. I think this looks alright, and let's increase the left value. So I think this looks alright. We'll also add some minimum width for these achievement cards. So I'll just type min width, and let's start with 200 pixels. Right, that looks alright. So let's add these 3 lines of code, and let's paste it over here in the second one. And I'll just remove this line of code and paste it over here in the achievement card, and that looks alright. So that's basically it with the hero section of our website. The first thing we will do is we will see what is the gap between the testimonial section and this hero section. So if I click over here and if I press Alt or Option, you can see that we have a gap of 100 pixels. And if we scroll down and take a look at this gap over here, we can see that even for this we have a gap of 100 pixels. Let's scroll down and take a look at the gap of this, and we can see that we have a gap of 100 pixels for every section over here. So let's go back to our CSS, and we will add a margin top of 100 pixels for all the sections. So if we go back to our HTML file, we can see that for each of the sections we have this section over here. So here we can see we have this section, and even for the courses we have this section. So let's go ahead and let's type section, and here I'll just type margin top, and I'll just set it to 100 pixels. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and the next thing we will style is this heading. So if I double click over here, and let's go over here to inspect, and if we scroll down, we can see that the CSS of the heading is displayed over here. So let's go ahead and copy all of this, and let's go back to our code. And if you go back to the index.html file, here we can see for all the headings we have an h2. So here we can see for the testimonial section we have this h2 over here for the heading, and if you scroll down we can see that we have the h2 for the courses section as well, and if you scroll down we also have the h2 for the get our app section. So we can go ahead and add the same styling to all the headings. So let's select all the h2 in general. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here I'll just type h2, and I'll just paste all the CSS over here, and let's delete this comment, and also font style, and I'll just add sans serif over here. And I'll also change the color to the variable, so I'll just type var dark blue color. And we'll also remove all the default margin, so I'll just type margin 0. Alright, now let's go to our browser and let's scroll down, and here we can see we have the heading and the styles are applied over here. Now for this heading we have a color of white. So if we go back to our Figma file, here we can see for this heading we have a white color. And for that, if you go back to our HTML file, we have added a class called light. So if I just scroll down over here, we can see we also have a class called light for the h2. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here we will type h2.light and we'll set the color to white. Now if you go back to our browser, we can see that for this heading we have a white color. Alright, now let's style this paragraph. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click over here. And here if you go to the inspect tab, we can see the CSS over here. So I just copy all of this CSS and let's go back, and here I'll just type section P. So this will select all the paragraphs inside all the sections. So I'll just paste the CSS over here, and let's change the color to our variable. So I'll just type var dark blue color, and I'll just remove this comment and this font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here. And let's go back to our browser and we'll also add some margin. So let's go ahead and type margin of let's add a margin of 12 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right. Alright, now let's add some specific styles for this testimonial section. So let's go back, and if you go to the Figma file, we can see that we have these sections one next to the other. So this is the left part and this is the right part. So if you go back to our HTML, here we can see we have two divisions over here. We have a division with the class of left, and here we have a division with the class of right. Now we have to position these divisions one next to the other. So for that you have to select the parent division. So if you scroll up, here we can see we have a section with the class of Testimonials Section. So let's select this. Let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type Testimonials Section, and we'll set the display to flex so that both the divisions will be one next to the other. So if you go back to our browser, here we can see we have this left section over here on the left, and then we have this right section. But here we can see we have this button over here on the right. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see we have this left section, and then we have this right section, and then we have this button over here. So what we will do is we'll copy this button inside the right section. Now we need to have a button over here for the mobile version, but for the desktop version we need to have a button inside the right division. So here I will just add a class of mobile button, and let's copy this line of code and let's go inside the right division, and here after the paragraphs I'll just add the button, and for this button we will have a class of desktop button. Right, now let's go to our style.css file, and we need to hide this mobile button. So here I'll just type Testimonials Section mobile button, and I'll just set the display to none. And now if you go back to our browser, we can see that everything looks alright. We have the button in the correct position. Now the next thing we will do is we will add a gap between the left and the right divisions. So let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type gap, and we'll add a gap of 100 pixels. And we also want all the elements to be aligned to the center vertically. So if you go back to our Figma file, here we can see both the content are aligned to the center vertically. So let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type align items center. And now we can see everything is centered correctly. Alright, now let's style this testimonial card. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click over here. And let's go to inspect and let's scroll down. And here we can see the styles for the testimonial card. So we need to have a border radius of 24 pixels, and we need to have this box shadow and background color, and we also need to have this width. So let's copy all of this and let's go back to our CSS, and let's see what is the class for the testimonial card. So here we can see we have a division with the class of testimonial card. So let's target that. Here let's type Testimonials Section testimonial card, and I'll just paste all the CSS over here, and we need to remove this height left and top from here, Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see all the styles are added. We'll also add some gap between these two testimonial cards. So let's go back to our Figma file, and if we hover over this, we can see we have a gap of 50 pixels. So here I'll just type margin bottom, and I'll just set it to 50 pixels. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style this content inside the testimonial. So let's go back to our Figma file, and I'll just double click over here, and here we can see the styles for this text. So I'll just copy all of this, and let's go back to our code, and if you go to our index.html file, here we can see we have a division with the class of content. So let's target this division. So I'll just go back to CSS, and here I'll just type Testimonials Section, and in that we have the testimonial card, and in that we have the content. So here I'll just paste the CSS, and let's remove this comment and also this font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have a padding of 24 pixels for top and bottom and 32 pixels for left and right. And if I click on this rectangle, and here we can see we have a border radius of 24 pixels and we have a light blue color. So let's go back and let's add those styles. So let's type border radius 24 pixels, and we also had a padding of 24 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And we'll also set the background color to the light blue color variable that we have. So if you scroll up, we can see that we have created this variable called light blue color. So let's add this. So here let's type var light blue color. Alright, let's go back to our browser, and we can see that the content is being styled correctly. Now for the second content, we need to have an orange color. So if you go back to our Figma file, here we can see for the second content we have the orange background color. So let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type Testimonials Section and testimonial card, and we need to select the last instance of the testimonial card. So here I'll just type colon last child, and then here I'll just type content. So what we are doing over here is that we are selecting the last testimonial card, and we are adding the styles to the content inside that. So here I'll just type background, and I'll just set the color to var and orange color. And let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have this orange background color for the second testimonial content. Alright, now let's style this heading. So let's go back and let's go to our HTML, and here we can see for the heading we have this h4, and it is inside this info division. So let's target that. So here let's type Testimonials Section, testimonial card, info, h4, and let's go back to our Figma file and let's copy the styles. So let's double click over here, and here we have the CSS of the h4. So let's copy all of this, and let's go back to our code, and I'll just paste it over here, and I'll just change this color to our variable. So I'll just type var dark blue color, and we'll just remove this comment and also the font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here. Let's go back to our browser, and we'll also remove the margin. So I'll just type margin 0, and we also need to have a padding for this info division. So let's go back and let's target the info division. So I'll just type testimonials card or testimonials section, testimonials card, and dot info, and we will add a padding of 24 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. Right now if you go back to our browser, we can see that we have the padding applied. We'll also add the styles to this paragraph. So if you go back to our HTML, we can see inside the info division we have a paragraph with the class of company. So let's target that over here. So I'll just type Testimonials Section, testimonial card, info, and I'll just type p.company, and let's go back to our Figma file and let's copy the styling. So I'll just double click over here, and let's copy the styles. So let's copy all of this from here, and let's go back to our CSS and paste it over here, and we'll just remove all the unnecessary code, and I'll just add the variable over here, dark blue color, and also delete this line of code, and also add sans serif over here. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and we can see that the styling is applied. Now the next thing we will do is style this image. So let's go back to our HTML file, And here we can see we have this image inside the testimonial card division. So let's target that. Here let's tap Testimonials Section, Testimonial Card, and here let's tap IMG. And let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click over here. And here we can see the CSS of the image. So I'll just copy this height and width and let's go back and paste it over here. Now we'll position this image relative to this testimonial card division. So let's go over here to the top, and for the testimonial card I will just type position relative. Now let's go over here to the image and let's tap position absolute. Now this image will be positioned relative to this testimonial card. So let's add some position values over here. So I'll just type right and I'll just set the right position to 32 pixels and we'll set the bottom position to 20 pixels. Let's see how it looks. Let's go back to our browser and we can see that the image looks alright. We don't have any problems. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to move the second testimonial card to the right a little bit. So if we go back to our Figma file, here we can see the second testimonial card is moved to the right. So let's do that. Let's go back to our CSS and let's select the second testimonial card. So I'll just tap Testimonials Section, Testimonial Card, and here let's tap colon last child. So this will select the second testimonial card, and here we'll just type transform, translate X, and I'll just set it to 20 pixels. And now we can see the second testimonial card is moved to the right. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will add some gap between this button and this paragraph. So let's go over here to the HTML and I'll just add a division for both these paragraphs. So here I'll just create a division with the class of features and we'll add these paragraphs inside the features. Right now let's add some margin to these features. So here I'll just type Testimonials Section, Features, and here I'll just type margin bottom and I'll just set it to 30 pixels. Alright, now the last thing we need to do is add this background rectangle over here. So we have this rectangle behind both these testimonial cards. Now for that we're going to use a before selector. So let's go back and let's select the testimonial card. So here just before this CSS I'll just tap Testimonials Section, Testimonial Card, colon before. And before selectors are basically used to add extra information to the elements of your website. So if I just type content and here if I just type hello, now we can see that hello is displayed over here before all these testimonial cards. So let's remove hello from here and I'll just keep it blank. And let's add the background rectangle over here. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's select this rectangle and let's see what is the width. So here we can see we have a width of 28 pixels. So let's go back and here let's tap width 28 pixels and we will set the position to absolute and we'll set a height of let's try 40 pixels and let's set the top position to negative 40 pixels so that it is at the top, and we'll set the left position to let's try 60 pixels, and we also need to have the background color set to the dark color. So I'll just tap var dark blue color, and we'll also need to add a border radius. So I'll just tap border radius and we need to add border radius for top right and top left. So I'll just tap 24 pixels for top left and top right. So here we can see we have this border radius of 24 pixels. And for bottom left and bottom right, I'll just tap 0, 0. Alright, now let's go back to our browser. And now we can see we have this background rectangle over here at the top. And now for the second testimonial card, we will add a different styling for the before selector. So let's go back. And here I'll just type Testimonials Section, Testimonial Card, colon last child for selecting the second testimonial card, and here I'll just type colon before. Now since we have moved this second testimonial card 20 pixels to the right, so if you go back over here we can see we have moved it 20 pixels to the right. So we have to set the left position of this before selector to 20 pixels to the left. So here I'll just type left, and here we have set a value of 60 pixels. So here we have to type 40 pixels. And we'll set the top position to negative 50 pixels. And now we can see both these rectangles are in the same line. Now we don't want to have this border radius at the top. So here I'll just type border radius, and I'll just type 0, 0 for top left and top right, and we want the border radius at the bottom. So here we can see at the bottom we have this border radius. So let's add 24 pixels of border radius to the bottom left and bottom right. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have this rectangle. Now we need to set the height of this before selector. So let's go back and let's set a height of calc. We will use a calc function, and we will set the height to 100% of the element plus 90 pixels, and let's see how it looks. And now we can see we have the correct height for this element, but it is above all the other elements, so we have to set a z index of -1 for this. So I'll just type z index, and I'll just type -1, and now we can see it looks like it is above the info section. So let's go back to the info section over here. Let's scroll down, and here we will add a background color. So just type background, and I'll just set it to white. Now the last issue we need to fix is the border radius over here. So we need to set the border radius of the info to 24 pixels. So let's go back, and here in the info I'll just type border radius, and I'll just set it to 24 pixels. And now we can see everything looks alright. So that's basically it with the testimonial section of our website. Now in this video I'll show you how to design this courses section over here. So let's get started. Right here I'm in the code, so let's go to the HTML file, and let's scroll down, and here we can see for the courses section we have this section with the class of courses section, and in that we have this wrapper division to have a max width for all the content inside the courses section, and in that we have all this content over here. So first of all, let's style this courses section. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here we'll just create a comment. I'll just type courses section, and here I'll just type dot courses section, and let's go back to our Figma file, and let's get the CSS. So let's double click over here, and here let's go to inspect, and let's scroll down, and here we can see we have this background color. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will add a padding. So here we can see on top of this we have a padding of 70 pixels. So let's add a padding over here. So I'll just type padding 70 pixels for top and bottom, and I'll just type 0 for left and right. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have this courses section. Now we have to text align this heading to the center. So let's go back, and if you go to the HTML, here we can see we have this h2 inside this courses section. So here I'll just type courses section h2, and here let's type text align center, and now we can see the heading is in the center. Alright, now the next thing we need to do is we need to bring both these course cards one next to the other. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have this course card over here on the left, and then we have the next course card here on the right. So let's go back, and let's go to the HTML, and here we can see we have a division with the class of course cards, and in that we have these two course cards over here. So let's add a display of flex to this course cards. So here let's type courses section course cards, and I'll just set the display to flex, and we will have a gap of, let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the gap. So if I click over here and if I press Alt, we can see we have a gap of 73 pixels. I'll just round it to 70 pixels. So let's go back, and here let's type 70 pixels. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see now we have these course cards one next to the other. Now let's set the width of the image to 100% of the container. So here I'll just type courses section course cards img, and here I'll just set the width to 100%. And now we can see we have the correct width for the image. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see for the image we also have rounded corners. So let's double click over here on this image, and here we can see we have a border radius of 24 pixels, and we also have this drop shadow. So I'll just copy both these lines of code, and let's go back, and here I'll just paste it inside the image, and let's go back to our Chrome, and now we can see we have the drop shadow and the rounded corners. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style the course card. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see for each of the course cards we have this division with the class of course card. So let's style this. Let's go back to our style.css file, And here let's tap courses section and course card. And let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have this border radius of 24 pixels and a background color of white. And we also have a padding of 0 top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. So let's copy these two lines of code, and let's go back, and I'll just paste it over here. And let's go back, and I'll also copy this padding and paste it over here. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have this white background color, and we'll also have some margin at the top. So let's set a margin of 40 pixels for top and bottom and 0 for left and right. And now we can see we have this margin at the top. Alright, now the next thing we will do is style this heading. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click over here, and let's go to the inspect, and let's scroll down, and here we can see the CSS of this heading. So let's copy all of this, and let's go back to our code, and for the heading we have this S3 over here. So let's style that. So here I'll just tap courses section, course card, S3, and I'll just copy the styles, and let's remove this color, and let's add our variable over here. So I'll just have var dark blue color, and I'll just remove this comment and font style, and also add sans serif over here. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have the styling for the heading. Now the next thing we will do is we want this heading and this duration to be one next to the other. So for that we have to add a display of flex to the parent division. So if you go back to our HTML, here we can see we have this division with the class of info, and in that we have this S3 and the duration. So we will set a display of flex to this info division. So let's go back, and here I'll just tap courses section, course card, info, and here let's tap display of flex, and let's go back to our Figma file, and let's see what is the gap that we have over here. So if I press Option or Alt, we can see we have a gap of 16 pixels. So let's add that gap over here. So I'll just tap gap of 16 pixels. And the next thing we will do is we'll position them to the left and to the extreme right. So I'll just tap justify content and space between, and I will also bring it to the center vertically. So I'll just tap align items to the center. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have the heading on the left and the duration on the right. Alright, now let's add the styling for the duration. So let's go back to the Figma file, and let's double click over here, and here we can see the styles for the duration. So I'll just copy these, and let's go back to our code, and for the duration we have this division with the class of duration. So I'll just add that over here. I'll just tap courses section, course card, duration, and here I'll just paste the code, and let's change this color to the dark variable. So I'll just tap dark blue color, and I'll just delete this comment and this style, and I'll just add sans serif over here. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have the styling for the duration, but here in the duration we have this 15 written over here at the top and hours written over here at the bottom. So we have this in two different lines. Now we want to have both of these in the same line. So let's go back, and here we need to add a line of code which is white space no wrap. Alright, now if we go back to our browser, here we can see we have 15 hours written in the same line. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will add the clock symbol over here on the left of the duration. So if we go back to our Figma file, here we can see we have this symbol over here. So here I'll just type courses section, course card, duration, and we will use a before selector. So I'll just type before, and for the content I'll just type the URL of the image. So I'll just type URL. So here I'll just type images / and the image is called clock.svg. Now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have this clock image over here. Now we will add some more styles over here to position it correctly. So we'll position this relative to this duration over here. So here I'll just type position of relative, and here we'll just type position absolute, and we will set the top position to 2 pixels, and we'll set the left position to -6 pixels. Let's see how it looks. And now we can see it is in the correct position vertically, but we need to have some padding over here on the left for this duration. So let's go back, And here for the duration, I'll just tap padding left, and I'll just set a padding left of 20 pixels. Let's go back, and now we can see it looks alright. So let's go back to our Figma file, and the next thing we will do is we will add this rectangle over here at the bottom of this course card. So let's select this, and here we can see the styling for this rectangle, and I'll just select all of these lines of code from here, and let's go back to our code. And for this we will use an after selector. So here, just after the course card, I'll just tap courses section, course card, colon after, and I'll just set the content to blank, and we'll just paste the CSS over here. And we don't need to have this top over here, so I'll just delete this line of code, and I'll just set the right to 32 pixels. So from the right we will have a spacing of 32 pixels, and from the left also we will have a spacing of 32 pixels, and from the bottom we will have a spacing of 0, and we have a height of 8 pixels, and we'll set the color to the dark color. So I'll just tap var dark blue color. Now we need to set the position of this after selector relative to this course card. So here I'll just tap position relative, and here I'll just tap position absolute. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have this rectangle over here, and it looks alright. Now the last thing we need to style is this button. So we need to bring this button over here to the right. So for that, let's go back to our code, and we will position the button relative to this wrapper division. So let's go back, and we will select the wrapper inside the courses section. So here we can see in the courses section we have this wrapper. So here I'll just type courses section wrapper, and I'll just set the position to relative. And now let's select the button. So for the button we have a class of btn. So let's select that. Here let's tap courses section wrapper btn, and here let's tap position absolute and set the right position to 0. And now we can see the button is on the right. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to add some padding over here at the bottom. So let's right click over here and click on inspect, and let's select the wrapper, or let's select the courses section, and let's add some padding bottom. So I'll just tap padding bottom, and let's try some padding. So let's start with 100 pixels. I think we can increase the padding a little bit. So I think 120 pixels looks alright. So let's add a padding bottom of 120 pixels for the courses section. So let's go back, and let's go to the courses section, and here we will add a padding bottom of 120 pixels. And let's go back to our browser, and now we can see everything looks alright. So with that, we have completed the design of the our courses section. Now in this video we will design the app section and also the footer. So if you go back to our Figma design, this is how it looks. We have this get our app section, and then we have the footer over here. So let's get started. Alright, here I'm in the source code. So let's go to the HTML, and here we can see for the app section we have this section with the class of app section. So let's target that in our CSS. So here in the CSS I'll just create a comment. I'll just type app section, and let's select the class over here. So we have a class called app section, and the first thing we will do is we will center align everything. So here I'll just tap text align and set it to center. Now let's go to our Chrome, and here we can see everything is center aligned. Alright, the heading and the paragraph look alright. So we need to style these buttons. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see both these buttons are one next to the other. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see for the buttons we have this division with the class of app buttons. So let's target that. So here I'll just type app section app buttons, and we need to set the display to flex so that the items will be one next to the other, and we'll also align items to the center and justify content to the center. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's see what is the gap between these buttons. So if we double click over here, and if you press Option or Alt, we can see that we have a gap of 30 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS, and here we will type gap 30 pixels. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have both the buttons. We'll also add some margin top for these buttons. So I'll just add a margin top of 24 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Now let's style these individual buttons. So if you go back to our HTML, for each of the buttons we have a division with the class of app btn. So let's target that. So here I'll just tap app section app btn. And let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what are the styles. So let's select one of these buttons. Let's go to inspect, and here we can see we have a padding of 20 pixels and 31 pixels. I'll just round it down to 30 pixels. So I'll just copy this padding and let's go back and paste it over here. And we have a background color of black. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have the buttons. We'll also set the text color to white. So I just tap color and set it to white. Now we want the image and the text to be center aligned vertically. So let's go back and we will set the display to flex, and we will align items to the center. And let's go back, and now we can see that the text and the image are aligned to the center vertically. Now let's add some gap between these two elements. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click over here and let's see what is the gap. We can see we have a gap of 14 pixels. So let's go back and here we will just type gap and set it to 14 pixels. And let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have a fixed width for these buttons. So we have a width of 309 pixels. I'll just round it to 310 pixels. So let's go back and we will set a minimum width for this button. So just tap min width and set it to 310 pixels. Right, now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have these buttons displayed over here. Alright, now let's style this text. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click on this text, and let's go to inspect and let's scroll down, and here we can see the CSS of the text. So I'll just copy all of this and let's go back and go to our HTML, and for the text we have a span. So let's select the span. So let's go back, and here let's type app section app btn span, and let's paste the CSS, and I'll just remove this text align from here and also this comment, and we also don't need to have this line height, and let's remove the font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here. Right, now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have the styles applied to the text. I think the font size is a little bit too large for this button, so let's go back and I'll just change the font size to 20 pixels, and I think we'll also decrease the padding a little bit. So here I'll just add a padding of 16 pixels top and bottom, and now the button looks alright. Now you can go ahead and keep the same styling that you have over here in the Figma file, but I just felt like this looks better. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style this footer. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see for the footer we have the dark background color that we created. So here we can see we have this color code, and we have this color over here in the variables. So this is the color right here. So we're going to use this color for the background of the footer. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see we have this footer element. So let's add a background color for this. Let's go back to our style.css file, and I'll just add a comment. I'll just type footer, and here I'll just type footer, and let's add a background color of the dark variable. So if you scroll up, we can see that we have already created this dark color variable. So let's use this variable. So here I'll just type var dark color, and we'll also set the default text color to white. Right, now let's go back to our browser, and now the next thing we will do is we will add a padding top and padding bottom, and we also need to have some margin between this app section and this footer. So let's go back and we will have a margin top set to 100 pixels just like all the other sections. And now let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the padding. So here we can see we have a padding top of 70 pixels. So let's go back and let's add the padding. So I'll just have padding of 70 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right. Right, now let's go back to our browser, and now the next thing we will do is we will style these anchor tags. So we need to change the color of the anchor tags and also remove the underlines. So let's go back and let's target the anchor tags. So I'll just type footer A and text decoration to none to get rid of the underlines, and we'll set the color of the text to white. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style these headings. So for the headings we want to have a color of orange. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see for the headings we have an S3, And we have already created a variable for the orange color, so I'll just type footer s3 and set the color to var orange color. Alright, that's it with the heading. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we'll remove these bullets. So for that, let's target the UL. So if you go back to our HTML, we can see we have this UL over here. So let's target that. So here let's type footer UL and we will set the list style to none. So this will remove the bullets, and we'll also set a padding left of 20 pixels. Right now let's go back to our browser, and the next thing we will do is we will add some margin between each of these list items. So let's go back and let's target the list items. So I'll just type footer ULLI and let's type margin 16 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right. Right now the next thing we need to do is we need to set all these links one next to the other. So if we go back to our Figma file, we can see there are 3 sections over here. So let's go back, and in our HTML we can see that we have a division with the class of links container. So in the links container we have all these links. So we have 3 divisions with the class of links. So let's target this container division and we will set it as a display of grid. So let's go back and here I'll just type footer links container and let's set the display to grid. And now we can specify how many columns we need to have. So let's type grid template columns. Now here we can set the width of the column by fractions. So let's type 2FR for the first column, 2FR for the second column. So both these columns will have the same width, and for the last column we will have a little higher width. So I'll just type 3FR over here. Right now let's go to our browser, and now we can see we have these 3 columns over here. Now the next thing we will do is style these icons. So we need to have some left margin for these icons. It should be aligned with this email ID over here. So let's go back, and for the social media icons we have a division with the class of social. So let's target this. Here I'll just type footer social and let's set a margin left of 20 pixels. Right now let's go back and we have the correct margin. Now we'll also have some gap between these 2 images. So let's go back and let's select the images over here. So we have anchor tags over here, and in that we have the images. So let's add some margin right. So I'll just have footer social A and let's set a margin right of, and let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the margin. So let's double click over here and we have a spacing of 28 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS and here we'll just type 28. Alright, that looks alright. Right now the next thing we will do is style this input field and also this button. So if you go back to our Figma file, this is how the input field and the button looks. So the first thing we will do is we will set a margin left to this form to align itself with both these elements. So let's go back, and if you go to the HTML we can see that we have a form. So let's target this form. So here I'll just type footer form and we'll have a margin left of 20 pixels. And we'll also have some margin top. So we'll have a margin top of 16 pixels. Right now let's style this input field. So let's go back and let's tap footer form input. And let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click over here. And let's go to the inspect. And here we can see we have the styling for the text inside the input field. So let's copy all of this. And let's go back to our CSS and I'll just paste it over here, and let's remove this comment and the font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here. Now we also need to have a border radius for this input field. So let's select this, and here we can see we have a border radius of 8 pixels. So let's go back and let's add that. Here I'll just have border radius of 8 pixels. Now let's go back to our browser. And we'll also add some padding. So we will add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And we'll also remove the border. So let's go back and let's type border of none. Right now let's set the width of the input field to 100%. So just type width 100%. And now we need to position this button over here on the right. So for that let's set the position of this button to absolute. And we will position this button relative to this form. So let's go back. we will set the position of the form to relative. So I'll just tap position relative, and let's target the button. So for the button, we have this class of submit button. So here I'll just tap footer form submit button, and let's set the position to absolute, and we'll set the right position to 5 pixels, and we'll also set the top position to 50%. And now we can see that the button starts from the 50% mark. So here we have to type transform translate y and set it to -50%. And now we can see that the button is exactly in the center. Now let's go back to our Figma file and let's copy the styles for the button. So let's double click on this button, and here we can see we have the styles. We have the dark color, and we have a border radius of 8 pixels. So let's go back and let's type background, and we'll set it to var dark blue color and border radius of 8 pixels. And we'll also add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And we'll also remove the border. Alright, now let's style the text. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click on this text. And here we can see we have the styles for the text. So let's copy all of this and let's go back, and I'll just paste it over here. And let's remove the font style, and we'll also add sans serif over here, and we'll also remove this comment and this line height. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have the button correctly styled. We'll also set the cursor to pointer. So here I'll just tap cursor pointer, and now when we hover over this, we have the cursor set to pointer. Alright, now the last thing we will do is we will add some margin top for this copyright information. So let's go back to our HTML, and we can see we have a paragraph with the class of copyright. So let's target that. Here I'll just tap footer copyright, and let's set a margin top of 36 pixels, and let's see how it looks. And that looks alright. So that's basically it with the footer of our website. So in this video we have designed the get our app section and the footer. Now before getting started with the tablet version, the first thing I will do is I will add some styles to this navigation bar when we scroll up. So here we can see the navigation bar is displayed over here, and it clashes with all the other elements in our web page. So the first thing we will do is we will add some different styles to this nav bar when we scroll up. So for that, let's go to our code and let's scroll up and go to the nav bar. So here we can see we have the styles for the nav. Now what we will do is we will add a class called scrolled to this nav. And when we scroll down, we will add that class to this nav. So here I'll just tap nav.scrolled, and make sure that you don't have any space between nav and scrolled. Alright, now when we scroll down, let's add a background color to this nav element. So I'll just tap background, and let's add the dark color. So I'll just tap var dark color. So we have already created some variables over here. So we are adding this color right here. Alright, let's go back over here, and let's also add a box shadow. So I'll just tap box shadow, and we will set the values to 0, 16 pixels, 14 pixels, -8 pixels, RGBA, 0, 0, 0, and 0.3. And we will add some border radius to the bottom. So I'll just tap border radius, and I'll just set it to 0, 0 for top left and top right, and 8 pixels for the bottom. Right, now let's go back to our HTML and let's add the scrolled class over here in the nav. So here for the nav, I'll just add a class of scrolled. And let's go back to our design. And now you can see we have the styles for this nav. We also want it to be positioned at the top. So let's go back and let's set the top to 0. And we'll also add some padding. So I'll just type padding of 12 pixels. And let's go back. And now we can see that it looks alright. Right, now let's go back and let's remove the scrolled class from here. And let's add it using JavaScript. So when we scroll down, we need to add the scrolled class to this nav element. So if we scroll down, we can see that we have already linked our main.js file over here. So let's go to our main.js file, and the first thing we will do is we will reference the nav element. So I'll just type const nav equals document.querySelector, and here I'll just type nav. And now let's add an event listener to the window. So I'll just type window.add event listener, and we will listen for the scroll event. And let's create an arrow function over here, and here we'll just type if window.pageYOffset is greater than 60. So this means that if we scroll past 60 pixels, then whatever code we have over here will be executed. So let's add the class scrolled to the nav. So I'll just type nav.classlist.add, and here I'll just type scrolled. And now let's add an else over here, and here we'll just type nav.classlist.remove, and we'll just type scrolled over here. So when we scroll past 60 pixels, we will add this scrolled class to this nav element, or else we will remove the scrolled class. And let's go to style.css, and we'll also add a smooth transition. So here I'll just tap transition, and I'll just set it to all 500 milliseconds ease. Alright, now let's go back to our browser and let's scroll down. And now we can see when we scroll down 60 pixels, we have a different styling for the nav. And I think we need to add a top value of 0 for this nav element by default. Because when we scroll down, we can see that we have this background displayed over here at the top. So we don't want that. So let's go back, and here in the nav, I'll just set the top to 0. And I'll just add a padding of 36 pixels top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. Alright, now let's go back and let's scroll down. And now we can see it looks alright. So everything looks alright. Alright, so that's it with the nav bar. Now let's start with the design of the tablet version. So I'll just right click over here and click on inspect. And let's select a tablet view from here. So you have to click on this button called toggle device toolbar. And then you have to select a tablet from here. So I'll just select iPad Pro. And I'll just increase the zoom to 50%. Alright, now here we can see for the iPad we have a width of 1024 pixels. So what we will do is we will add a media query for less than 1100 pixels. Now whenever the screen width is less than 1100 pixels, we will have the iPad styles applied to the website. Alright, so let's start with the styling. Alright, so the first thing we will do is we'll create a media query. So let's scroll down and let's type @media, and here we'll just type max width of 1100 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 1100 pixels, we will have the styles that we write over here applied to our website. Alright, now the first thing we will do is we will change the styling for the button inside the tablet version. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click on this button, and let's go to inspect. And here we can see for the button we have a padding of 12 pixels top and bottom, and 32 pixels left and right, and everything else is the same, I think. So let's double click over here, and we have the font size set to 16 pixels. So everything else is the same. So let's go back, and here we'll just type .btn to select the button, and we'll set a padding of 12 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And now we can see we have the styling applied to the button. Now the next thing we will do is we will add some padding to the left and the right. So let's go back to our Figma file, and if you click on this element and if I hover over this left area, we can see that we have a gap of 100 pixels. So let's go back to our styles, and we will have a padding of 100 pixels for left and right for the wrapper. So if you go back to our index.html file, we can see that we have the wrapper division for all the content. So here we can see we have the wrapper inside the header. So we will add some padding for this wrapper. So we will add a padding of 100 pixels for left and right for this wrapper. So here I'll just type .wrapper, and let's set a padding of 0 for top and bottom and 100 pixels for left and right. Now we can see we have the padding applied. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style this nav element. So let's type nav, and we will set the width of the nav to 100%, and we will set the left to 0 and the right to 0 so that we have the correct width. And we'll also add a padding of 100 pixels for this nav. So let's type padding, and for top and bottom we will have a padding of 36 pixels, and left and right we will have a padding of 100 pixels. Now we will change the padding for the scrolled class as well. So here I'll just type nav.scrolled, and we'll set a padding of 16 pixels top and bottom and 100 pixels left and right. Now we can see everything looks alright. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will set a max width of 1000 pixels for the header, the hero section, and the wrapper. So here I'll just type header, hero section, and header wrapper, and let's set a max height of 1000 pixels. Alright, now if we go back to our Figma file, we can see that we have all these elements over here at the top and we have the achievement cards over here at the bottom. So for that, let's go back to our code. Now we have already set a display of flex for the hero section. So here let's tap hero section and we will set the flex direction to column so that both these elements will be one below the other. Now let's see what is the width of this left division. So if we go back to our index.html file, here we can see in the hero section we have the left division, and in that we have the heading, the paragraph and the button. So here I'll just target the left section. So I'll just tap hero section, left, and let's add a background color to see what is the width. So I'll just tap background of red. And here we can see we don't have the full width for this left division. So here I'll just tap width of 100%. And now we can see we have the full width. Alright, now let's remove this background color. And now the next thing we will do is we will set a position of absolute for this right division. So if we go back to our index.html file, here we can see we have this left division and then we have this right division, and in that we have this image. So let's go back to our style.css file and let's target the right division. So I'll just type hero section right and we'll set the position to absolute. And we'll set the bottom position to 0. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will style these achievement cards. So for that we have a division with the class of achievement cards, and in that we have divisions with the class of achievement card. So if we just right click over here and click on inspect, here we can see for the achievement cards we have the position set to absolute. So we have to change this to relative, and we have to remove the left and the top positions from here, and we have to do the same for the other achievement cards. So here we have to remove the left and the top positions, and now we can see both the achievement cards are displayed over here. So we have to now just position it to the left over here. So let's do all of that. Let's refresh this, and here we'll just type hero section achievement card and we'll set the position to relative. Alright, now let's select the individual achievement card. So let's type achievement card, and we have this class of students enrolled. And let's also select achievement card with overall rating, and let's set the left to unset and the top to unset. So this will unset the left and the top values. Right, now we can see we have these achievement cards over here. We'll also have some gap between these achievement cards. So if you go back to our Figma file, here we can see we have a lot of gap. I think we don't need to have this much gap because in our Chrome we can see that we haven't set such a large height for our screen. So we will just add some margin over here. So here I'll just tap margin bottom, and let's try 40 pixels, and I think we'll just change this to 80 pixels. I think that looks alright. Now we also need to position this to the left. So if we right click over here and click on inspect, we can see for the container division, which is the hero section, we have set a display of flex over here. So for that we have to go ahead and we have to type align self to flex start. So let's select the achievement cards. So I'll just tap hero section achievement cards, and let's set align self, and let's set it to flex start, which will align it to the left, and we will have a little bit of margin over here on the left. So here I'll just type margin and set it to 40 pixels, and that looks alright. Now the next thing we will do is we will position this left section to the center vertically between the achievement cards and this nav bar. So let's select the left division, and here we'll just type display of flex and flex direction to column, and justify content to center. And now we can see for this button we have a width of 100%. So for that let's select the button, and for the button we have a class of btn. So let's type hero section left btn, and we have to type align self, and we have to set it to flex start. And now we can see we have the correct width for the button, and everything looks alright. Now the last thing we will do over here is we will set the font size of this heading. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click over here, and if we scroll down we can see that we have a font size of 50 pixels and we have a line height of 125%. So let's copy both these styles from here, and let's go back to our code, and here we'll just type hero section left h1, and we'll just paste the styles over here. Alright, now the next thing we can do is increase the height of this image. So for the image we have an img tag inside the right division. So here I'll just type hero section right img, And let's set a height of, let's try 540 pixels. Let's increase it a little bit more, so let's try 580 pixels, and that looks alright. And I think we can increase the max width of this header over here, so I'll just increase this to, let's try 1100 pixels, and I think that looks alright. So that's basically it with the styling of the hero section in the tablet version. Alright, here is our source code. So the first thing we will do is we will style this heading over here. So let's go to our Figma file, and let's double click over here on this heading for the tablet version, and let's see what is the font size. So let's go to inspect and let's scroll down, and here we can see we have a font size of 40 pixels. So let's copy this from here, and let's go to our CSS, and here I'll just type h2, because if you go to the HTML file, we can see for the sections we have an h2. So if we scroll down, we can see that we have the h2 over here, and for all the sections we have an h2 for the heading. So let's style the h2. Here I'll just paste the code. So we have a font size of 40 pixels. So let's go back to our browser, and now we can see we have the correct font size for our heading. Now let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have all these elements one below the other. Now for this testimonial section, we have set a display of flex. So if you go to the desktop version, here we can see both these left and right sections are one next to the other. But here in the tablet version, we have to position all of them one below the other. So let's go back to our CSS. And if we scroll up and let's go to the testimonial section CSS. And here we can see for the testimonial section, we have set a display of flex. Now for the tablet version, we have to set the flex direction to column. So let's go over here to the tablet version, and here I'll just type Testimonials Section, and I'll just set the flex direction to column. And now we can see that the elements are one below the other. Now we also want all these elements to have full width, so here we'll just type Align Items and set it to stretch. Now if we add a background color over here, we can see that we have full width for this section, but we have added some fixed width to these testimonial cards. So let's go back to our HTML, and let's scroll up and let's go to the testimonial section. And here we can see we have this division with the class of testimonial card. So let's select this. Let's go back and let's remove this background color. And here I'll just type testimonial section and testimonial card, and let's set the width to 100%. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's see what is the distance between these two elements. So let's double click over here, and here we can see we have a margin bottom of 40 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS, and here we'll just type margin bottom, and let's set it to 40 pixels. Now here we can see for this background element we have added an after selector. Now if we scroll down and go to the testimonial section for the desktop version, here we can see we have added a before selector, and we have a margin bottom of 50 pixels over here. So that's why we had added a top value of -50 pixels. But in our tablet version, we have set the margin bottom to 40 pixels. So we have to set the top value to -40 pixels. So let's type testimonial section, testimonial card, and we are selecting the second testimonial card. So let's type last child, and here we'll just type colon before. Right now we can see that this background element is on top of the first testimonial card. So let's add a top value of -40 pixels. And now we can see it looks alright. And I think we can decrease the height of this background element a little bit. So if you go back to the desktop version, here we can see we have set a height of 100% of the element plus 90 pixels. So for the tablet version, we will have a height of 100% plus 80 pixels. So I'll just paste it over here, and here I'll just type 80 pixels, and I think that looks alright. And now the next thing we will do is we will move this second testimonial card to the left a little bit. So for the desktop version, we had moved it to the right. So if you right click over here and go to inspect, and let's select the second testimonial card, and here we can see we have a transform translate X of 20 pixels. So let's copy this. Or let's copy this selector as well, and let's go back to our CSS, and I'll just paste it over here, and here I'll just set it back to 0. And now we can see that this background element is not aligned correctly. So here we can see this is on the right a little bit, And that's because we have moved the second testimonial card to the left 20 pixels. So we have to move this before selector to the right 20 pixels. So let's right click over here and let's click on inspect. And let's select the before selector. And here we can see for the before selector we have a left value of 40 pixels. So we have to add 20 over here, so it will be 60 pixels. Now we can see it is aligned correctly. So let's go back and here I'll just type left of 60 pixels. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have the heading and this paragraph at the beginning, and then we have these two testimonial cards, and then we have the button. So we have to change the ordering in our design. So we have to move this heading and this paragraph to the top. So let's do that. If we go back to our HTML file, here we can see we have this division with the class of left, and then we have a division with the class of right, and then we have this button over here. So right now the button that is displayed over here is the desktop button. So if you right click over here and click on inspect, here we can see we have the desktop button selected. So we have to hide it in the tablet version, and we have to display this mobile button. So I'll just go back to the style or CSS file, and here I'll just type Testimonials Section desktop button, and I'll just set the display to none, and let's select the mobile button. So I'll just type Testimonials Section mobile button. I'll just set the display to block, and right now we have a width of 100%, so we have to set the align self to flex start, and now we have the correct width. Alright, now let's set the ordering. So if you go back to our HTML file, here we can see we have the left division, and in that we have the testimonial cards, and then we have the right division, and in that we have the heading and this paragraph, and then we have this button over here. So let's go back to our style or CSS file, and I'll just set the order to 1, and then we'll select the left division. So let's type Testimonial Section left, and let's set the order to 2, and then we'll select this button. So the button is right here, mobile button. So I'll just set the order to 3, and now we can see we have the heading, we have the paragraph, and then we have the testimonial cards, and then we have this button. Let's also reduce the gap a little bit. So let's go back over here to the testimonial section, and here I'll just type gap, and I'll just set the gap to 50 pixels. Now the next thing we have to do over here is that we have to have a single paragraph instead of these two paragraphs. So if you go back to our index.html file, and let's select the right division, and here we can see we have these two paragraphs over here, and these paragraphs are inside the right division. So let's go back to our CSS file, and here I'll just type Testimonial Section right P, and I'll just set the display to inline so that the next paragraph will start in the same line. So now we can see we have a single paragraph. Alright, now let's add some margin bottom for this H2. So let's type Testimonial Section H2, and we will add a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Now the next thing we will do is we will remove the margin bottom for the second testimonial card. Here we have the second testimonial card. So here I'll just type margin bottom, and I'll just set it to 0, and I think that looks alright. Alright, I think that's it for the testimonial section. Right, now let's scroll down and let's style this Our Courses section. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see for the Our Courses section we have each course on separate lines. So we have to set the flex direction to column. So let's go back to our CSS, and let's select the course cards. So if you go back to our HTML file, and if you scroll down, we can see for the course cards we have this division with the class of course cards, and in that we have these two divisions with classes course card. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here I'll just type courses section course card, and let's set the flex direction to column, and it should be course cards. Right, now we can see we have both the courses on different lines. Right, now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's see what is the size of this image. So let's double click on the image, and for the image we have a height of 260 pixels. So let's go back and let's add that. Here I'll just type courses section course card img, and let's set the height to 260 pixels. And now we can see that the image has shrunk. So for that we have to type object fit and set it to cover, and now everything looks alright. Alright, let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click on this heading, and let's see what are the styles. So if you go to inspect and if you scroll down, we can see that we have a font size of 30 pixels. Let's go back to our CSS and let's add it over here. So I'll just type courses section, course card S3, because if you go back to the HTML file, we can see that we have this S3 for the heading. Alright, now let's copy and paste the code, and I think it was 30 pixels already. Let's decrease the font size a little bit and let's see how it looks. And I think that looks alright. Alright, now let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the gap between these two cards. So we can see we have a gap of 80 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS, and here we will go to course cards and let's add a gap of 80 pixels. And I think that we already have some default margins, so let's right click over here and click on inspect. And here we can see we have a margin of 40 pixels top and bottom, so we have to remove the margin. So here we'll just type course section, course card, and we will set a margin of 0. And now we have the correct gap, but we need to have some margin bottom for this heading as well. So let's add that. Here let's type courses section, and for the heading we have an H2. So let's tap H2, and I'll just add a margin bottom, and let's try 40 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Now the last thing we will do is bring this button over here to the left. So if you go back to our Figma file, and if I click over here and hover over this area, we can see that we have a gap of 100 pixels. So let's go back and let's select the button. So we have this anchor tag with the class of btn. So let's go back, and here let's type courses section btn, and let's add a right value of 100 pixels. And the style is not being applied, so let's right click over here and let's click on inspect, and let's see what's the problem. Now here we can see we have added courses section btn, and this CSS over here that we just wrote has been overridden by this CSS right here, because this selector is more specific. So we have courses section, wrapper, and btn. So let's copy this selector and let's add it over here, and now we can see that the button is displayed correctly. Now let's go back to our Figma file, and from the button to this course card we have a gap of 50 pixels. So let's add some margin bottom for the course card. So I'll just select the second course card. So I'll just type courses section, course card colon last child to select the second instance, and I'll just add a margin bottom of 50 pixels. Or that looks alright. Or that's it with the courses section. Now let's scroll down, and then we have the get our app section. So if you go back to our Figma file, we have the same styling for the desktop version over here as well. So let's move on to the next section, which is the footer. And for the footer we have a 2-column layout. So let's go back to our CSS. Alright, now for the footer we have set a display of grid. So here we can see for the footer links container we have set a display of grid, and here we have set a grid template columns of 2FR, 2FR, and 3FR. So we have 3 columns. Now for the tablet version we need to have 2 columns. So let's scroll down, and here we'll just type footer links container, and let's type grid template columns, and let's set it to 1FR, 1FR for 2 columns with the same width. And now for the third section we need to have full width. So if you go back to our index.html file, for the footer we have this links container, and in that we have divisions with the class of links. So we can see we have 3 divisions with the class of links. Now for the last division with the class of links we have to have a width of 100%. So let's go back over here to style or CSS, and let's type footer links container links colon last child, and here if we just type background and red, we can see we have a width of 50%. Now since we have set the display to grid, we have the first links division over here, and then we have the second links division, and then we have the third links division over here, and this is the space for the fourth one. Now we have to span this third division for 2 columns. So here let's type grid column, and we have to type 1/3. Now it will span 2 columns. So now we can see we have 100% width. Right now let's remove this background color. And that's it with the footer of our tablet version. And with that we have completed the design of the tablet version. So this is how it looks. we have the hero section over here, then we have the testimonial section, and then the courses section, the get our app section, and the footer. So everything looks alright. And we have already completed the design of the desktop version, and we have also completed the design of the iPad Pro version in the previous video. So if you go to our browser, now here we can see this is how it will look on an iPad, and we have a different design on the iPad. Now the next thing I will do is I'll just create one more media query for size less than 800 pixels. So right now we can see that the width is 1024 pixels for the iPad Pro. Now if you open this in an iPad, so if I just select the iPad device from here, and this is how it looks, we can see that all the design over here looks alright, but we don't have enough space for the navigation menu. So what we will do is, when we have the width of the browser less than 800 pixels, we will just hide this menu bar, and we will add an icon over here, just like the mobile version over here. So we need to add this icon instead of this navigation menu, and then we also have to create this mobile navigation menu. So these are the things we're going to do in this video. Let's get started. Alright, here I'm in the CSS, and the first thing I will do is I'll just create a media query. So I'll just tap at media, and we'll just have the max width to 800 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 800 pixels, all the CSS that we have over here will be added to our website. Now let's go to our HTML file, and let's scroll up, and here we can see for this navigation menu we have this nav element. So we'll just hide this. So here I'll just type nav, and I'll just set the display to none. Alright, now let's create a navigation menu for the mobile devices. So let's go to our HTML file, and just after this comment I'll just create a nav element, and I'll just give it a class of mobile nav. Now in this we need to have this logo and this icon. So let's create a division with the class of logo, and I'll just type gd dot over here. And the next thing we need to have is the menu icon. So let's create a division with the class of menu icon, and here I'll just create an img tag, and I'll just type images slash, and I have saved it as menu icon.svg. Alright, now let's go to our CSS file, and we will style this mobile nav. So here I'll just type nav.mobileNav, and I'll just set the display to flex. Right now we also need to add a scrolled class. So if you go back to the iPad Pro version, now for this navigation menu, when we scroll down we can see that we have a different class, and we also need to hide the other navigation menu over here. So let's scroll up, and here in the desktop version, here I'll just type nav.mobileNav, and I'll just set it to display none. Right now here we can see when we scroll down we have a different styling, and when we scroll up we have a different styling. So for that we are adding a class called scrolled. So here we can see for the nav element we are adding a class called scrolled, and when we are adding that class we are adding these styles to the nav element. So we will do the same for the mobile navigation menu as well. So let's go back to the iPad version, and here let's type nav.mobileNav.scrolled, and when we have the scrolled class we will add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 100 pixels left and right, and we'll also add a background color, and we'll set it to var light blue color, and we'll also add a box shadow. So I'll just type box shadow, and we'll set the values to 0, 9 pixels, 21 pixels, negative 5 pixels, RGBA, 0, 0, 0, and 0.3. Alright, now if we go back to our HTML file, and here if we add the scrolled class, we can see we have a different styling. Now in the desktop version we are adding the scrolled class using JavaScript. So let's do the same for this mobile nav. So let's go to our main.js file, and let's select the mobile nav. So I'll just type const mobile nav equals document.querySelector nav.mobileNav, and here when the window has scrolled more than 60 pixels I'll just add the scrolled class to mobile nav. So I'll just type mobileNav.classList.add, and here I'll just type scrolled, and else we need to remove the class. So I'll just type mobileNav.classList.remove, and I'll just type scrolled. And now if we scroll down we can see that the class is added, and when we scroll up the class is removed. Alright, now let's create the menu items that will be displayed when we click on this menu icon. So for that, let's go back to our HTML file, and here we'll just create a division with the class of mobile menu container. And if you go back to our Figma file, we can see that we also need to have this close icon. So let's add that first of all. So I'll just create a division with the class of close icon, and I'll just add an img tag, and here I'll just type images / and I have saved it as closeicon.svg. Alright, now the next things we need to add are the menu items. So if you scroll up over here to this nav element, we can see these menu items over here. So we need to have the same menu items. So just copy this UL from here, and let's scroll down and paste it over here inside this mobile menu container. And here I'll just create a comment. I'll just type end of mobile navigation. Alright, now let's style this. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here I'll just type mobile menu container, and I'll just set the position to fixed, and we'll set the height to 100 viewport height and the width to 100%, and we'll set the positions to top 0 and left 0. Let's also add a background color. So I'll just type background, and we will add the dark color. So I'll just type var, and we have a variable called dark color. Let's also bring everything to the center. So I'll just type display flex and align items to the center and justify content to the center. And we'll also add some z index so that it is above all the other elements. So I'll just type z index, and I'll just set the z index to 200. Right now let's style this close button. For the close button, we have a division with the class of close icon. So here I'll just type mobile menu container close icon, and we'll set the position to fixed, and we'll set the top position to 32 pixels and the right position to 100 pixels. Alright, now let's style this unordered list, because here we can see we have this UL inside the mobile menu container. So let's style this. Here I'll just type mobile menu container UL, and let's remove the bullets. So I'll just type list style and set it to none, and we'll also remove the padding. So I'll just type padding and set it to 0. Right now let's style the list items inside the UL. So here I'll just type mobile menu container UL li, and we will have a margin of 30 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right, and we'll also text align it to the center. Right now let's style the anchor tags inside the li. So here we can see we have the anchor tags for the menu items. So here I'll just type mobile menu container UL lia, and let's set the color of the text to white, and let's remove the underline. So I'll just type text decoration and set it to none, and we'll also increase the font size a little bit. So I'll just type font size 18 pixels. Alright, now the next thing we need to do is we need to hide this mobile menu container by default. So let's scroll up and go to the mobile menu container, and here by default I'll just set the left position to 100%. So right now the mobile menu container is outside the screen on the right side. Now what we will do is we will add a class called active to this mobile menu container, and when we have the class active, we will reset the left value. So I'll just type mobile menu container dot active, and I'll just set the left value to 0, and we'll also add a smooth transition. So I'll just type transition and set it to all 400 milliseconds ease, and we also need to remove this close icon from here by default. So here for the close icon, I'll just set the opacity to 0, and we'll also set the pointer events to none so that it cannot be clicked. And let's also add transition so that we'll have smooth animation. I'll just set it to all 400 milliseconds ease. Now when we have the active class for the mobile menu container, we will display the close icon. So here I'll just type mobile menu container dot active, and here I'll just type close icon, and I'll just set the opacity to 1 and the pointer events to auto. Alright, now let's add and remove this active class using JavaScript. So let's go to our main.js file, and we need to reference the menu icon, the close icon, and the mobile menu container. So let's go back to our index.html file, and here we can see for the menu icon we have this class of menu icon, and for the close icon we have a class of close icon, and then for this division we have a class of mobile menu container. So let's reference all of this in our JavaScript. So here let's type const menu icon equals document.querySelector menu icon, and let's type const close icon equals document.querySelector, and here let's type mobile menu container close icon, and I'll just type const mobile menu container equals document.querySelector mobile menu container. Right now let's add event listeners to the menu icon and the close icon. So here let's type menu icon dot add event listener, and we'll listen for the click event, and let's create an arrow function over here, and here let's type mobile menu container dot class list dot add, and we'll add the active class, and we need to remove the active class when we click on the close button. So here let's type close icon dot add event listener and click, and here I'll just type mobile menu container dot class list dot remove active. Right now let's see whether it works. So let's click on this menu icon, and we can see that the mobile navigation menu is displayed over here, and let's click on this close icon, and we can see it goes back. So everything is working alright. Alright, now let's go back to the iPad Pro version, and let's see whether we have any problems in that. And here we can see we need to hide this mobile menu container over here. So let's go back to our style.css file, and here in the desktop version, here we can see we are hiding this mobile nav. So here I'll just add one more selector, so I'll just type comma mobile menu container, and now we don't have any problems. So let's go back to the iPad version, and everything is working alright. Alright, so that's it for this video. In the next video we will style the mobile version. Alright, here's the source code. So the first thing I'll do is I'll just create a media query. So I'll just type @media, and for the mobile version we will have a max width of 700 pixels. So I'll just type 700 pixels. Now whenever the screen width is less than 700 pixels, all the CSS that we have over here will be added to the web page. Alright, now let's go to our browser, and let's select a mobile device from here. So I'll just select Pixel to Excel. Alright, this is how the mobile version looks right now. So the first thing we will do is we will set a padding for the wrapper. So right now we have a padding of 100 pixels. So if you scroll up and if you go to the media query for the iPad version, here we can see for the wrapper we have set a padding of 100 pixels for left and right. So let's scroll down, and here we will add some padding to the wrapper. So I'll just type wrapper, and let's go to our Figma file, and let's see what is the padding. So if we just double click over here, and if you press Alt or Option, you can see that we have a padding of 32 pixels on the left and the right. So let's go back to our CSS, and here let's type padding of 0 for top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. Now we can see we have a padding of 32 pixels. Now the next thing we will do is we will reduce the width of this paragraph. So if I right click over here and click on inspect, here we can see for the paragraph we have set a width of 457 pixels. So I'll just remove this from here, and we will set a width of 100%. So let's copy this selector, and let's go back and paste it over here. And here I'll just type width of 100%. And now we can see we have 100% width for the paragraph. And now here we can see that the width of these elements are not 100% of the width of the screen. So if you scroll down, we can see that we have these two buttons over here. So these two buttons are taking up a lot of width. So let's go back to our Figma file, and if you scroll down, we can see that both the buttons are one below the other. So let's go back to our CSS, and let's do that. So let's select these buttons. So I'll just right click over here and click on inspect, and let's select the container division, which is app buttons. So I'll just copy this selector, and here we can see we have added a display of flex. So we have to set the flex direction to column. So I'll just paste it over here, and here I'll just type flex direction column, and now we can see we have the correct width for all the elements in our mobile version. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will reduce the padding of this mobile nav. So for that we have a nav with a class of mobile nav. So here we can see we have this mobile nav. So let's select that. So here I'll just type nav.mobileNav, and I'll just set the padding to 32 pixels. And now when we scroll down, we have a padding of 100 pixels for left and right. So let's add a padding of 32 pixels when we scroll down as well. So when we scroll down, we are adding a class called scrolled. So I'll just type nav.mobileNav.scrolled. And when we scroll down, we will have a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. So now we can see it looks alright. Now if I click on this menu icon, we can see that the menu items are displayed over here. And we also need to have the close button positioned over here to the right. So for the close button, we have a division with the class of close icon, and it is inside mobile menu container. So let's select this. Here I'll just type mobile menu container close icon, and let's set the right position to 32 pixels. Alright, now we have the close button in the correct position. Alright, now the next thing we will do is style this heading. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's go to the heading, and let's double click on this heading. And if you go to inspect and scroll down, we can see we have a font size of 36 pixels. So let's copy this, and let's go back to our CSS, and I'll just select the heading. So if you go back to our browser, and if you right click over here and click on inspect, here we can see for the heading we have this selector, hero section left H1. So I'll just copy this, and I'll just paste it over here, and let's copy this font size, and let's paste it over here. Alright, now the next thing we will do is we will reduce the height of this image. So let's right click over here on the image and click on inspect, and for the image we have this selector. So I'll just copy this, and right now the height is set to 580 pixels. So I'll just paste it over here, and let's try a height of 400 pixels, and I think that looks alright. We'll also move this image to the right a little bit. So the image is inside this right division, so let's select this right division. So let's tap hero section right, and we'll tap transform translate X, and we will set it to 40 pixels. Now let's style these achievement cards. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this heading, and here we can see for the heading we have a font size of 30 pixels. So let's go back, and let's select the heading. So just right click over here and click on inspect, and let's copy this selector, and let's paste it over here, and I'll just type font size 30 pixels, and we'll also reduce the margin between these two elements. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have a spacing of 48 pixels. So let's go back, and if you right click over here and click on inspect, and let's select this achievement card, and here we can see we have a margin bottom of 80 pixels. So let's copy this selector, and we have to set it to 48 pixels. So I'll just paste it over here, and I'll just tap margin bottom 48 pixels. Now let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see these two achievement cards are positioned to the left. So from the left we have a padding of 32 pixels. So let's go back, and if you right click over here on the achievement card and click on inspect, and if we select the container division, we can see we have added a margin of 40 pixels. So let's remove that. So I'll just copy this selector and paste it over here, and I'll just set the margin to 0, and I think we can position the image to the right a little bit. So here in the right division, I'll just change this to, let's say, 80 pixels, and now we can see that the image has moved to the right. But here we can see we also have this space on the right because of the image. So what we will do is I'll just cut this from here, and I'll just paste it over here inside the img tag, and here in the right division I'll just type overflow hidden, and let's decrease this a little bit. Let's set it to, let's say, 50 pixels, and now we can move this right division to the right. So I'll just type transform translate X, and let's start with 30 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Alright, that's it with the hero section of our mobile device. Now let's scroll down and let's start styling the other sections. And the first thing we will do is style these headings. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's double click on this heading, and let's go to inspect, and if we scroll down, we can see for the heading we have a font size of 30 pixels. So let's copy this, and let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just type H2, because if we go back to our HTML file, we can see we have H2 for all the headings inside the sections. So here we can see we have the H2. So let's go back and let's set the font size to 30 pixels. Right now let's style the elements of this testimonial card. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click over here and let's see what is the font size of this text. So if you go to inspect, we can see that we have a font size of 18 pixels. Let's go back to our browser and let's see what is the font size. And we already have a font size of 18 pixels. Right now let's select this heading, and for the heading we have a font size of 18 pixels. So let's go back to our browser and let's select the heading, and for the heading we have a font size of 24 pixels. So we have to change this to 18 pixels. So let's copy this selector and let's go back to our CSS, and here I'll just paste the selector and I'll just type font size 18 pixels. Right now let's go back to our Figma file and let's select this text, and for that we have a font size of 14 pixels. Let's go back to our browser and let's copy the selector. So I'll just right click over here and click on inspect, and let's copy this selector and let's paste it over here, and let's set a font size of 14 pixels. Right now let's go back and let's see what is the size of this image. So let's double click over here, and for the image we have a height and a width of 100 pixels. So let's go back and let's right click over here and click on inspect, and here we can see we have set a height of 120 pixels. So let's copy this selector and let's paste it over here, and here let's type height of 100 pixels and width of 100 pixels. Alright, that's it with the testimonial section. Now let's move on to the next section, which is the Our Courses section. Now let's go back to our Figma file, and if you scroll down we can see that for the courses section we don't have any padding at the sides for these course cards. So let's go back to our HTML, and here we can see, if you scroll down we can see for the courses section we have this section over here called courses section, and in that we have the wrapper. So what we will do is we will remove the padding from the wrapper inside the courses section. So let's go to a style.css file and let's select the wrapper inside the courses section. So I'll just type courses section wrapper and I'll just set the padding to 0. And now we can see we don't have any padding for the course cards. Now let's see what is the height of this image. So let's go back to our Figma file and let's double click on this image, and we can see we have a height of 240 pixels. So let's go back and let's add that over here. So let's right click over here and click on inspect, and let's copy this selector for the image and let's paste it over here, and here I'll just type height of 240 pixels. And the last thing we will do is we will position this button to the right. So we will have a spacing of 32 pixels from the right. So here we can see from the button we have a space of 32 pixels. So let's go back and let's select this button. So I'll just right click over here and click on inspect, and here we have the selector for the button. So I'll just copy this selector and I'll just paste it over here, and let's set the right position to 32 pixels, and that looks alright. So that's basically it with the courses section of our mobile version. Now let's scroll down, and we have already styled the get our app section. So let's scroll down and let's style the footer. Now if you go back to our Figma file, we can see that for the footer we have just one column and everything is aligned to the center. So let's go back to our browser and let's right click over here and click on inspect, and if you go inside the footer we can see we have a division with the class of links container, and for that we have set a display of grid, and if you scroll down we can see that we are adding grid template columns of 1FR 1FR, which means that there will be 2 columns. So let's change this to 1FR, so it will just have 1 column. So I'll just copy this selector and let's go back to our CSS and I'll just paste it over here, and here I'll just type grid template columns and set it to 1FR, and now we can see we still have 2 columns over here. That's because for the third column we have spanned it for 2 columns. So if you right click over here and click on inspect and select this third links, and here we can see we have set grid columns to 1/3, which means that it will span for 2 columns. So we have to change this to 1/2. So let's copy this selector and let's paste it over here, and here let's type grid column and 1/2, And now we can see we just have one column. Alright, now let's also center align everything. So here in the links container, I'll just tap text align and set it to center. We'll also remove the padding that we have for the UL. So if you right click over here and click on inspect, and if we select the UL, and if we scroll down, we can see that we have some padding over here on the left. So let's remove the padding. So here I'll just tap footer UL and let's set the padding to 0. And we'll also add some gap between these links. So here I'll just tap gap and set it to 40 pixels, and that looks alright. Alright, now let's style this button. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here we can see we have the button at the bottom of the input field. So let's go back to our browser and let's right click over here on the button and click on inspect. And if we scroll up, we can see that these are the styles for the button, and we have set the right position to 5 and top position to 50%. So that's why the button is over here on the right. So let's copy this selector and let's go back over here to CSS and I'll just paste it over here. And let's set the top position to 130%, so it will be below the input field. And we'll also bring it to the center. So let's type left and I'll just set it to 50%. And now we can see it starts from the 50% mark. So we have to type transform translate x and negative 50%. And now we can see that the button is positioned correctly. Alright, now the last thing we will do is we'll style this copyright division. So if you go back to our index.html file, here we can see we have this paragraph with the class of copyright. So let's select this. So here I'll just type footer copyright, and we will have some margin top. So let's type margin top and we'll set the margin top to 80 pixels, and we'll also text align it to the center, and that looks alright. So with that we have completed the design of the mobile version. Here we can see we have the hero section, and we also have this menu button over here, and if I click on that, we can see that the menu items are displayed over here. And if I click on this close button, it goes back. And let's scroll down, and here we have the Testimonials section, and let's scroll down, we have the courses section, and then we have the get our app section, and then we have the footer. So everything is looking alright. This is how the design looks. So if we scroll down, we can see that all the sections are displayed correctly. And we have also designed the responsive versions. So if I right click over here and click on inspect, and here we can click on this button called toggle device toolbar, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. So here we can see we have all the sections displayed just like we have in the Figma design, and we also have this button over here for the navigation menus, and we can see that the menus are displayed over here. And if I go ahead and select another device from here, let's select iPad, and this is how it will look on an iPad. So we have a different layout. We have 2 columns for the footer, and let's select a larger device. So if I select iPad Pro, we have a different design. So we have completed writing all the code for this design. Now in this video we will just clean up some of the code, and then we will deploy this website online. Now I will leave the link of the source code in the description of this video, so you can go ahead and check that out. But I recommend you to watch all the videos in the playlist and write the code along with me, so that you will understand how everything is designed. Alright, so let's get started. Right here I'm in the source code of our website, and this is the CSS file. So let's take a look at this CSS and let's see what we can improve. So here we can see in the body we have set a font family of Poppins and sans serif. So whenever we have this font family set to Poppins in any of the elements, we can just delete that. So let's scroll down, and here we can see in the nav element inside the anchor tag we have the font family set to Poppins. But we have already set the font family to Poppins in the body, so we can just delete this line of code. And if you go back to our design, we can see that we don't have any problems. Alright, let's scroll down. And now here you can see in the hero section we have these elements over here, and for the h1 and for the paragraph we have set a color of white. So we can just cut this line of code from here and add it to the parent division, which is the hero section. So I'll just add it over here. And we can just delete this line of code, color of white, from the h1. And here in the paragraph we can just delete the font family line. Let's go back to the website, and we can see we don't have any problems. Right, let's scroll down, and here in the achievement cards, if we scroll down, we can see that we have set the color of the text to dark blue color, and even for the paragraph we have set a color of dark blue color. So we can just cut this line of code from here, and we can just add this to the parent division, which is the achievement card division. So let's scroll up and let's paste it over here, and we can also delete the color from the S3, and we'll also remove the font family Poppins from here and also from the paragraph. Alright, let's go back to our website, and we don't have any problems. Now the next thing we will do is we will decrease the space between this number and this star image. So let's go back to our code. Here we can see we have this content division, and in that we have this div, and in that we have the S3 and the image. So if we go back to the HTML file and let's scroll up, and here we can see we have the achievement cards, and here inside the content division we have a div, and in that we have the S3 and the image. So first of all, let's add a background color to this div, and let's see the space that it takes. So I'll just add a background color over here, and I'll just set it to red, and this is the space that it takes. And one more thing that I noticed over here is that this paragraph is not center aligned. So let's go back and let's go over here to the paragraph, and here I'll just tap text align center. Or now let's go back to our CSS, and what I will do is I will set the flex to 1 for the S3 and the image, so that both of them will have the same width. So here I'll just tap achievement card img, and let's set the flex to 1, and here also I'll just set the flex to 1, and now we can see both of them have the same width. And now I'll just reduce the height of this image. So here I'll just tap height, and I'll just set the height to 42 pixels, and now I'll just add some negative margin left to this image. So let's tap margin left, and I'll just type negative 24 pixels, and now we can see it looks alright. So I'll just remove this background color. Alright, now let's go back to our CSS and let's scroll down. And here in the section paragraph we have set a font family of Poppins, so we can just remove this. And if we scroll down, we don't have any problems. And here inside the app section we have this font family set to Poppins, so I'll just delete this line of code. And here for the input field we have set a font family of Poppins, but we have to specify the font family in input fields. So if I remove this font family line from here, and if I go back to our website, we can see it doesn't have the correct font. So we have to specify the font family in the input fields. Now one issue that we have with the input field is that we don't have the correct padding. So if I just type something over here, we can see that the text goes under the button. So we have to add some more padding over here on the right. So here I'll just type padding and set the padding to 8 pixels top, and for the left I'll just set a padding of 160 pixels, and for the bottom I'll just have a padding of 8 pixels, and for the left we will have a padding of 32 pixels. Alright, now let's go back, and now we can see we have the correct padding. So we can see that it doesn't go under the button. Alright, now that we have added this padding of right for this input field, we have to check whether we have the correct padding for the mobile version. So let's open the mobile version, and let's type something over here. And here also we have a padding of 160 for the right. So we have to reset the padding over here in the mobile device. So let's go back to our CSS and let's scroll down. And here in the media query for 700 pixels, I'll just scroll down, and I'll just add the selector of the input field over here. So I'll just have footer, form input, and I'll just add a padding of 8 pixels top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. Let's go back and let's see whether we have the correct padding. And now we can see we have the correct padding. Alright, that's pretty much it with the code of our website. So everything looks alright. Now you can go ahead and customize this code to your needs. Alright, now the final thing we need to do is deploy this website online. So let's go back to our browser. Now for deploying our website, we're going to use this service called Netlify. So you can just sign up for free, or you can just log in using your GitHub account. So I'll just log in. And then you have to go to sites, and you can just drag and drop your site folder over here. So here's my folder which has all the files. So here you can see we have the images and the HTML, JavaScript and the CSS files. So I'll just drag and drop this over here. And here we can see that the site has already been deployed. Now you can just go over here to domain settings, and you can just add a custom domain if you want, or you can just change this name. So just go over here to edit site name, and I'll just type my new website. Let's see whether we have the name available. Let's add some number over here. Right now we can see we have this URL, my new website 123.netlify.app. So let's open this, and this is how it looks. We can see that everything looks alright. Now for this subscription box, you can go ahead and sign up for an email subscription service or an email newsletter service. So you can go ahead and get the code and paste it over here in place of this input box, and then the input field will be functional. Alright, now let's check out the mobile version, and we can see it looks alright. Let's check out the iPad Pro version, and everything looks alright. Now if you want to update this website, you can go ahead and do that pretty easily. So here we can see in the title we have document, so I'll just change this to welcome, and let's update our website. Let's go back to our source code, and let's go to our index.html file, and let's scroll up, and here in the title I'll just type welcome, and let's save it. And now let's drag and drop this updated folder into our Netlify account. So I'll just go back to deploys, and now if we scroll down, we can see that we can just drag and drop the updated site folder over here. This is my updated folder, so I'll just drag and drop this over here. And we can see it is being uploaded, and here we can see it has been published. So let's open this website, and let's see whether the title is displayed. And now we can see that welcome is displayed over here, so everything is working alright. Alright, so that's it for this video. So this was the final video in this playlist. So if you enjoyed this series, please click on the like button, and if you have any doubts, you can ask in the comments below, and I will also leave the link of the source code in the description of this video. Alright, so that's it for this video. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a nice day.